My previous faith and convictions underwent a remarkable modification. The romance of violent methods alone, which was so prominent amongst our predecessors, was replaced by serious ideas. No more mysticism, no more blind faith. Realism became our cult. Use of force justifiable when resorted to as matter of terrible necessity, and nonviolence as policy indispensable for all mass movements. So much about methods. The most important thing was the clear conception of ideal for which we were to fight. 15. Yet, more remarkable than this is how Bhagat Singh kept up with his reading even in the face of impending death. This is so surreal as to be unreal. And yet, it is well documented. When Prannath Mehta, Bhagat Singh's lawyer, went to meet him one last time a few hours before the time of his hanging on March 23, 1931, he was asked by the condemned man whether the urbane lawyer had brought him his book, The Revolutionary Lenin, and when Mr. Mehta gave him the book, he set about reading it at once. He knew he had little time left in this world as a mortal man. The time of his hanging had been brought forward by 11 hours. As the fateful hour descended upon him in the twilight of the cool breezy evening, a fellow comrade of his, Manmathnath Gupta, recalls. When called upon to mount the scaffold, Bhagat Singh was reading a book by Lenin or on Lenin. He continued his reading and said, "Wait a while. A revolutionary is talking to another revolutionary." There was something in his voice which made the executioners pause. Bhagat Singh continued to read. After a few moments, he flung the book towards ceiling and said, "Let's go." 16. Small wonder that Ms. Virendra Sindhu, Bhagat Singh's niece, has pointed out that another reason for Bhagat Singh's greatness lies in how fancy par yuln se pahale, Bhagat Singh Samaj koek nae vyavastha kapura chitra pradhan chat the 17. In fact, Janeja points out how, his supply of books by the Dwarkadas library could not keep pace with his speed of reading. He requisitioned books so frequently that it was a problem for the jail authorities to scrutinize them. 18 It is not implausible therefore that many of Bhagat Singh's friends should have thought that had he lived he would have become a university professor. Some have even argued that were a statue to be raised in his name, it should show him holding a pustak in his hand and not a pistol. The librarian, Rajaram Sastry, perhaps put it best. A few days before his death, he spoke to Bhagat Singh. His words to the martyred Shahid were, Jo Sahitya tum paratyache, usko jivan main utarkar, Bhagat Singh tum sarthak kar diya. 19. 39. 1928, The Awakening. There is a widespread belief that unlike mainstream politicians like Gandhi, these daring young men had no social ideology, no thought to guide their actions. One as Bipin Chandra has reminded us. Nothing could be further from the truth. The reality was that the major commitment of the revolutionary movement was to liberate India from foreign rule and to transform Indian society through a revolution too. In fact, the greatest advance that they made was in the definition and development of their aims and objectives. So that the questions that they sought to answer were what were the aims of their struggle against the foreigners, and what sort of changes in society and polity were they aiming at? They asked the sort of questions that Gandhi never did, such as what sort of social order and state structure would replace the present ones. And what is remarkable, but remains equally much forgotten to this day, is that at the purely intellectual level, they succeeded. 3. Because they alone brought about a social awareness about the plight of the Indian people. As an 18-year-old in 1928, when writing in Amritsar's Kirti in his native Punjabi, Bhagat Singh was already aware that when awareness spreads in the countries don't sleep, and that after a few days, they rise with great enthusiasm and launch an attack, which was why today, Hindustan is energized once again. Hindustan is gaining strength again. India is awakening again. 4. This is why, by the time of his first trial in 1929 before the Delhi Sessions Court, he is able to hail the end of an era of utopian nonviolence, of whose futility the rising generation has been convinced beyond the shadow of doubt. 5. From this, Moffat is led to observe how there is a genuine sense in HSRA writings that the revolutionaries find themselves at the moment of beginning, A new state in history. Point 6. The reason for this is that the precedent set by Lenin and his professional revolutionaries is enabling. The Bolshevik stands as the signal of a new age and an emergent world historical moment. Point 7. One reason for this was that Bhagat Singh lived in a decade and in a country where he knew mobilization was possible. Gandhi had demonstrated that much. This precedent, buttressed by assumptions about the inexorability of class war, the example of worker strikes in 1928 Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras, and evidence of the state's anxiety to curtail labor mobilization converge to impress a historical moment which cannot be denied. Point 8. Moffat's estimation of the HSRA is that they fight for the present and all its possibility, as a volcano on the brink, seething toward a future not yet determined but one which will demand equally that revolutionary spirit. Point 9. In fact, he could hardly have put it any better when he insightfully observes that ultimately, Bhagat Singh is constituted in popular opinion as the subject of a discourse of truth, courageous in his conviction, responsive to singularity, rejecting mysticism and blind faith. Point 10. Yet, the question may be asked, what was this fight for the present? And what was this possibility that Moffat was alluding to? They were extraordinarily wide-ranging, extending from free education to an end to war based on imperialist designs, from the rehabilitation of criminals to the replacement of the League of Nations with a world federation, and from universal suffrage to a democratic unicameral legislature and the removal of state governors. Not Gandhi, and not anyone else in India's leadership at the time, was advocating such a root and branch reform. And yet, here was a 23-year-old former student doing just that. When Lalaram Saran Das, who was sentenced after the first Lahore conspiracy case in 1915 to life imprisonment, asked Bhagat Singh to write an introduction to his The Dream Land, it gave Bhagat Singh the opportunity to expound upon the nature of society that Bhagat Singh wished to create after his socialist revolution. Saran Das had written the book while detained in Salem Central Prison in the Madras Presidency. After his release from prison in the mid-1920s, he contacted Bhagat Singh and then himself started participating in HSRA politics. In that introduction, Bhagat Singh explained, revolution necessarily implies the program of systematic reconstruction of society on new and better adopted basis, after complete destruction of the existing state of affairs. 11. He suggested, we revolutionaries are striving to capture power in our hands and to organize a revolutionary government which should employ all its resources for mass education, as is being done in Russia today. After capturing power, peaceful methods shall be employed for constructive work, force shall be employed to crush the obstacles. 12. Noting that Lalaram Saran Das had highlighted in his book the giving of alms to those in need, Bhagat Singh tersely added the corrective, in the future society, i.e. the communist society that we want to build, we are not going to establish charitable institutions, and no alms-giving and alms-taking. Instead, there will be available for all of India's children a free education, and this is because the socialist government has adopted somewhat the same course in Russia. What Bhagat Singh and his comrades had awakened to, therefore, was a world of limitless possibilities where a new world would be carved out of the present, a world transformed. He advocated a complete political reformation, pointing out how crime is the most serious social problem which needs a very tactful treatment so that, instead of retribution, i.e. retaliation, the reformative theory should form the basis of punishment. Not to punish but to reclaim should be the guiding principle of the administration of justice. Jails should be reformatories and not veritable hells. How revolutionary this must have sounded in a colonized land where jails were the linchpin of a system of oppression by the state. And yet, Bhagat Singh did not hesitate to make the call. As for war, he believed it would become redundant because in that society there shall be no conflicting or diverse interests that cause war. If necessary, war shall have to be retained as an institution for the transitional period only. This is because imperialist designs shall no more actuate our dreamland people to wage wars. There shall be no more war trophies. The revolutionary armies shall march to other lands not to rule or loot the people, but to pull parasitic rulers down from their thrones and stop their blood-seeking exploitation and thus to liberate the toiling masses. But, there shall not be the primitive national or racial hatred to goad our men to fight. 13. That is not to say that war is essential at all because, as Bhagat Singh points out, he revolutionaries know better than anybody else that the socialist society cannot be brought about by violent means, but that it should grow and evolve from within. This is why, while criticizing the so-called League of Nations, he suggests that a world federation is the most popular and immediate object of all the free-thinking people. 14. As for constitutional reform, only a month before his execution, and while cognizant of the fact that he was going to die, Bhagat Singh wrote to young political workers on February 2, 1931 and described the scope of franchise and recommended that property qualifications making a man eligible to vote should be altogether abolished and universal suffrage be introduced instead. Every adult, both male and female, should have the right to vote. 15. He did not stop there. Bhagat Singh wanted urgent democratic reform, which still eludes India today. He noted how we have the bicameral government. In my opinion, the upper house is much a bourgeois superstition or trap. According to me, unicameral government is the only best we can expect. He then addresses provincial autonomy and declares that I can only say that the governor imposed from above, equipped with extraordinary powers, higher and above the legislative, shall prove to be no less than a despot, and suggests, us better call it the provincial tyranny instead of autonomy because it was a strange type of democratization of the state institution. 16. For all these reasons, he is impatient for complete freedom from British rule. After Bhagat Singh's execution, fragments of a document came to light which had all the references to the Soviet Union, Marx, Lenin, and the Communist Party expunged from it and published in a secret report in 1936 by the Government of India. The full report, in the form of a photostat copy, lies today preserved in Lucknow at the Martyrs Memorial and Freedom Struggle Research Center. 17 and is most revealing, as it is Bhagat Singh's detailed address to the young political workers on February 2, 1931. Here he leaves no doubt that the present movement is bound to end in some sort of compromise. The compromise may be effected sooner or later. And, compromise is not such an ignoble and deplorable a thing as we generally think. It is rather an indispensable factor in the political strategy. Any nation that rises against the oppressor is bound to fail in the beginning, so that it is only at the last stage that it can possibly strike the final blow. However, as he explains, even then it might fail, which makes some sort of compromise inevitable. He gives the example of how after 1917 the Bolsheviks were not in a position to face the German onslaught and they preferred the treaty to the complete annihilation of the Bolshevik government. After giving this as an example, Bhagat Singh is clear he is not accepting defeat in compromise because for us, compromise never means surrender, but a step forward and some rest, thus exhibiting acute strategic acumen. This suggests that had Lord Irwin only been willing to bend a little, Bhagat Singh may well have compromised and negotiated with him. For Bhagat Singh, compromise is an essential weapon which has to be wielded every now and then as the struggle develops. But the thing that we must keep always before us is the idea of the movement. We must always maintain a clear notion as to the aim for the achievement of which we are fighting. That helps us to verify the success and failures of our movements. 18. Moffat expressed the opinion here that even if Bhagat Singh would, in a later essay written in prison, accept the possibility of compromise as part of the medieval period of a struggle, what was crucial to the revolutionaries' early actions and public performance was their emphasis on courage and conviction as the conditions for an effective politics. 19. It is this courage and conviction that impels Bhagat Singh to oppose so vehemently the Minto-Morley reforms, which formed the Viceroy's Council with consultation rights only. He complains of how, during the Great War, when the Indian help was needed the most, promises about self-government were made but that till now, the executive was never made responsible to the Legislative Assembly and the Viceroy had the veto power, which rendered all the efforts of the elected members futile. 20 It is also why Bhagat Singh wrote to young political workers on February 2, 1931 about how during the last 2 years the British politicians have been trying to undo Montagu's promise for another dole of reforms to be bestowed every 10 years, and that he can see what they have decided about the future and about how they had to form a clear idea about our situation, so that we may enlighten the masses and prepare them for a further struggle. 21 Bhagat Singh is impatient for freedom, but not so naive as to not recognize the need for compromise. Ultimately, his belief in the masses would see India through, and in this commitment, he enjoins the youth everywhere to take up Marxism. The road ahead would not be easy, as he explains in his address to the young political workers. He proceeds with caution, pointing out, "Let me warn the sincere young workers who seriously mean a revolution, that harder times are coming because of his enduring distrust of the upper classes of India. Revolution means the complete overthrow of the existing social order and its replacement with the socialist order. For that purpose our immediate aim is the achievement of power. As a matter of fact, the state, the government machinery is just a weapon in the hands of the ruling class to further and safeguard its interest. We want to snatch and handle it to utilize it for the consummation of our ideal, i.e. the social reconstruction on new, i.e. Marxist, basis." 22. The weaknesses of Bhagat Singh, as Bipin Chandra has pointed out while recognizing his undoubted qualities as a leader of outstanding abilities, are that his movement failed to become an urban phenomenon. 23 Bhagwan Josh, in his magisterial 3-volume Chronicle of Indian Communism, remarked that Bhagat Singh committed the cardinal strategic error of equating the Indian colonial state with the Russian Tsarist state when the two were so different. 24 Gruel has argued that the most striking weakness of Bhagat Singh lay in his failure to account for the structure of feudal landlords in India. 25 And yet, when in our own times in the March 2020 election, the fledgling Aam Aadmi party swept the Punjab polls, its triumphant party leader, Kejriwal quoted legendary freedom fighter Bhagat Singh as saying that without a change in the system, nothing could change. 26. 40. The legacy. Fears that Bhagat Singh's legacy risked being consigned to oblivion arose almost immediately after independence. The fears were deep and pronounced. The Congress politician Asaf Ali, who represented Bhagat Singh in the Assembly bomb case 1929, in a newspaper article in Pune 1949 expressed his deep concern that Bhagat Singh, who had only until a few years earlier been a household name, stood now to just become a page of history which has grown dim and nothing more than an obsolescent page in India's history. 130 years later, when G.S. Dayal came to write his biography in 1978, he was afraid that the essence of Bhagat Singh risked being entirely diluted if he was being seen only as freedom fighter, because this was to do injustice to the work of this great son of India. 2 In order to do full honor to his work, what was needed, argued Huja, was detailed research into Bhagat Singh's life and ideas. 3 Ashok Dhawal observes that Bhagat Singh's thought can be compartmentalized into 4 aspects of revolutionary struggle. These were his struggle against imperialism, his resistance to communalism and caste oppression, his opposition to bourgeois landlord rule, and his belief in Marxism and socialism. 4 And yet, Bhagat Singh is survived today only by his handwritten manifestos, letters, essays, notes and pamphlets, and much of this, as Moffat points out, which as a prisoner between 1929 and 1931 remains contested. 5. Bhagat Singh's nephew Jagmohan Singh, the son of his sister Bibi Amar Kaur, has produced the most well-known compilation of Bhagat Singh's writings, statements and letters in a 1982 Punjabi publication by the name of Bhagat Singh 8 Unad Asathian Dayan Likhtan 6. This is a welcome development. As much as 60 years after independence, what Bhagat Singh is alleged to have said is still being contested. This is why K.C. Yadav has made a plea for scholars of Bhagat Singh to go to the original sources. 7 Jagmohan Singh declared in an interview that it is our duty to liberate Bhagat Singh from current misinterpretations. In a rebuke to emerging ethno-nationalistic political movements, he added, Bhagat Singh cannot be frozen in a cheap emotional and nationalistic frame. 8 The failure to do so risks misappropriation by right-wing ideologues, which will be the cause of Bhagat Singh's second hanging. 9 So important is the task of remaining true to the real Bhagat Singh that in 2019, even some 70 years after independence, in the memorable words of the noted Western scholar, Dr. Chris Moffat, to know what Bhagat Singh died for is to know why the living should also fight. 10. He writes, if Bhagat Singh has been neglected, if he has been sidelined or sentimentalist, then to reconsider the revolutionary is a critical action. Challenging the certainties otherwise attached to dominant Gandhian nationalist or socialist stories of post-colonial becoming. 11. This indeed seems to be the reason for what Krishna Pratap Singh has described as the fate of the many revolutionaries whose memories have been cast into the abyss of oblivion. 12. In 1986, one of the three released Lahore conspirators, Shiv Varma, published a collection of Bhagat Singh's writings where he castigated the attempt to distort the ideological side of the revolutionary movement by portraying them as bloodthirsty demons and with no aim, no set purpose in life because, as he explained, that Bhagat Singh was an intellectual of high caliber is not known to many. This is why he had now strived to put all available writings of Bhagat Singh at one place and to leave it to the reader to form his own opinion. 13. In the same way P.C. Joshi, a leading light of the Indian communist movement, referred during the rise of the Naxalite rebellion in 1969 to what distinguished Bhagat Singh as his undying thirst for knowledge, while still recognizing him as the emblem of death-defying determination. 14. Chaman Lal writes of him that while he was fond of films, especially Charlie Chaplin films, and was even renowned as a good singer and actor who took part in college plays, nonetheless also, he was a voracious reader, as the Jail Notebook testifies, and had a fine understanding of literature. 15. One reason for this reckoning is, as Chris Moffat has argued, that Bhagat Singh is often left to speak for himself in histories written. 16. This is because most books written on him have relied heavily on the citation of large tracts from his writings and speeches, leaving it to the reader to gauge the depth and nuance of the stance that he took during his short life. The result is that, invariably, over one-third of a book may consist of appended documents. 17. And in other cases the author may reproduce documents in their entirety, allowing the protagonist to interject at critical moments. 18. Not to mention those books where scanned version of newspaper articles and written notes are provided. 19. They are intended to be, according to Moffat, more than simple riches because these writings are wielded as though they will, through the very power of their contents, change or incite the reader. 20. In this way, there is developed a relationship between the writer and the now gone Bhagat Singh of perfect necromancy that is ultimately a more genuine communication with the dead that is for the sake of the present and the future. 21. For his part, Moffat sets out on a different course as he searches for a corrective which is not a routine matter of historical excavation but an interventionist act of historical emendation. The task at hand, he argues, must be to challenge certainties and to transform expectations. This being so, the impulse must be to question the form that this pantheon has taken. The questions to grapple with are, how can a figure as impressive as Bhagat Singh be relegated to the periphery? What has been lost in these years of distortion and simplification? And what can be gained by finally knowing, by arriving at his true form at long last? 22. This indeed is the question for us today. There is no claim here to finding a definitive answer. Rather, the claim is to a continuing endeavor or, as Moffat proclaims, to identify obscured alternatives. 23. If we could identify some key statements and writings of Bhagat Singh and his accomplices, can we truly acquire an understanding of what he stood for? Some answers are readily available for those who care to look. Bhagat Singh's slogan of "Long live the revolution" was drawn from other world revolutionaries before him. In a riposte to Ramanand Chatterjee, the editor of Modern Review, that the phrase was pointless as it perpetuated the notion of endless agitation, Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt gave an explanation which was published in the Tribune on December 24, 1929, saying, "We are not the originators of this cry." This was because the same cry had been used in Russian revolutionary movements. However, Bhagat Singh had a far better sense of the development of the term, pointing out that the sense in which the word revolution is used in that phrase, is the spirit, the longing for a change for the better. This is because people generally get accustomed to the established order of things and begin to tremble at the very idea of change, but that T is this lethargical spirit that needs to be replaced by the revolutionary spirit. It is in this sense that the spirit of revolution should always permeate the soul of humanity, so that the reactionary forces may not accumulate strength to check its eternal onward march. In this way, the LD order should change, always and ever, yielding place to new, so that one good order may not corrupt the world. This confirms what was said 2 months earlier on October 19, 1929, when Subhas Chandra Bose opened the Second Punjab Students' Conference in Lahore. He opened it with a signed statement from Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dude, which he read out in the opening session. This proclaimed, "Today, we cannot ask the youth to take pistols and bombs." It clearly demonstrated Bhagat Singh's opposition to violence for its own sake. He reposed his faith rather in the fact that he youth will have to spread this revolutionary message to the far corners of the country. They have to awaken crores of slum dwellers of the industrial areas and villagers living in worn-out cottages, so that we will be independent and the exploitation of man by man will become an impossibility. Not surprisingly, Shiv Varma, who was at the meeting, noted how the opening address was met with a thunderous applause accompanied by slogans of Bhagat Singh's Zindabad. 24. 41. Interpreting Bhagat Singh. So, how should we interpret Bhagat Singh? While it is absolutely important to take Bhagat Singh's ideas and writings seriously, there is not much to be gained in calling him the Indian Frantz Fanon. Bhagat Singh was after all writing so many years earlier in a very different global conjuncture, and there are themes that are so vital to Fanon race, consciousness, psychology that do not appear in Bhagat Singh's writings in any real sense. Moreover, although Bhagat Singh is associated with violence, his position changes, and there is no explicit meditation on the redemptive power of killing the colonizer as we see articulated in Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. It is enough to note the continuities, and indeed the differences, between Bhagat Singh and the later Fanon, but Bhagat Singh should be analyzed on his own grounds and in his own context, without the need to attach him to another, such as the Indian Che or the Indian Lenin. That does not explain why he is unknown in the West, and nor is it to excuse it, but it is to emphasize how it is all the more important that this lacuna be rectified. One way to do this is to capture the essence of Bhagat Singh in his scattered and fragmented writings, in an attempt at intellectual reconstruction, so that alternative ways of thinking about his importance can be brought out. Is this an exercise worth conducting? Yes, it is. Why? Because this mass heedlessness, absent-mindedness, and inattention to the facts have obscured the full story of how independence was achieved in India. Some Indian historians have recognized this, which is why Navtej Singh has referred to it as one of the myths that are widespread in bourgeois historiography, that Gandhi and the Indian National Congress, with the methods of nonviolence and peaceful non-cooperation and civil disobedience, were instrumental in achieving India's independence from the much-hated British Raj. 1 In his recent book on Hardale, who set up the Ghadar Party in San Francisco on November 1, 1913, in what he describes as the largest international anti-colonial resistance movement, Bhavan Lal says of Bhagat Singh that he of all people had through his actions redeemed and somewhat exceeded the anti-colonial objectives of the Ghadar of 1857 and the Ghadar movement in California. 3 How did Bhagat Singh manage to do that? First, Bhagat Singh drew from a far wider and deeper source of influences for his convictions than Gandhi ever did when he refers to actions of men such as Washington and Garibaldi, Lafayette, and Lenin. This is how Bhagat Singh became the ultimate rationalist in the Indian revolutionary struggle. What distinguished him from other revolutionaries of the time was how, having started off life in the burning embers of insurgent Lyallpur and Lahore, his political development was ultimately refashioned, remolded, and refined by the vast array of international radical literature into which he immersed himself and imbibed right until the very moment of his hanging. He read not only Marx, Engels, and Trotsky but also Thomas Paine, Upton Sinclair, Maurice Hillquit and Jack London. He went on to read Victor Hugo, Dostoevsky, Spinoza, and Bertrand Russell. Classical works were not overlooked, so he also read John Stuart Mill, Thomas Jefferson, Koskai, Bukharin, Burke, Lenin, Thomas Aquinas, Danton, Omar Khayyam, Tagore, N.A. Morozov, Herbert Spencer, Henry Maine, and Rousseau. There is also his famous jail book, which came to light in 1974, of which Moffat writes that it includes fragments copied from the work of some 70 different authors and which can be read in a myriad of ways, emphasizing the passages on Marx rather than those on Rousseau. And where one can see Bhagat Singh's appreciation of Byron and Tennyson or his interest in natural law. 4. Second, he believed in personal sacrifice for the attainment of his ideals, including having to give up his life if necessary. Prison gave him the opportunity to read voraciously. So much so that it is said that he wrote 4 books in prison which were lost after they were smuggled out. A letter written from Lahore Central Jail on July 24, 1930 to Jadav Gupta, who was a close school friend from boyhood days, implores him the latter to take the following books in my name from Dwarkada's library and have them sent to him through his younger brother, Kulvar, by the following Sunday. 5 The range of the books asked for is astonishing. Militarism. Why men fight. Soviets at work. Collapse of the Second International. Left-wing communism. Mutual aid. Fields. Factories and workshops. Civil war in France. Land revolution in Russia. Spy. To this list, Bhagat Singh added one more book from Punjab Public Library, Historical Materialism, and asked if some books have been sent to Borstal jail because they are facing a terrible famine of books as they have not received any book till now. He rounded off by demanding, also send Punjab Peasants in Prosperity and Debt by Malcolm Lyle Darling. 6. Bhagat Singh's comrade Shiv Varma said of him, no other revolutionary struck such deep rapport with the awakening people, no other became so endeared to the common people and youth as Bhagat Singh did. One reason for this was that as an intellectual Bhagat Singh was far superior to any of us. For this reason, Navtej Singh writes that he saw further than his comrades, so that it was at his suggestion and insistence that the word socialist was added to the name of the HRA, and the ideas of socialism, formulated in greater depth. 7. Nevertheless, the extent of what Bhagat Singh wrote, from the time that he was taken prisoner on April 8, 1929 to the time that he was executed on March 23, 1931, remains contested. Indeed, it has entered into the realms of a make-believe world, populated by conjecture, supposition, and even fantasy, to such an extent that it has today acquired a fabled and mythological life, all of its own. There is a reason for this. Take his 4 legendary books. They have never been found. But Shiv Varma, who was in jail with Bhagat Singh, confirmed later as an editor of Bhagat Singh's selected writings that 4 books were written by the revolutionary. Chaman Lal, who has written most extensively about this matter, is circumspect, observing, it is not clear if Varma actually read or saw these manuscripts or simply heard Bhagat Singh saying that he is working on them. 8 Nevertheless, what is undoubtedly maintained by Chaman Lal is that clearly Bhagat Singh did write something, and what he wrote was smuggled out of the jail by Kumari Lajjapti of Jalandhar. 9 So the well-settled view appears to be that, after he toiled away to complete his writings, some of them were secretly whisked out of prison into the trusting hands of Kumari Lajjapti, who was after all the secretary of the Lahore Conspiracy Case Defense Committee as well as a renowned Congress activist. She had been visiting the central jail in Lahore frequently to ensure that the Lahore conspirators were given such legal assistance in their defense as was possible. She is even said to have tied a Rakhi on Bhagat Singh's wrist. The bundle of documents that had been handed over were shown by Lajjapti to the editor of The People, Lala Feroz Chand, this being the newspaper founded by Lala Lajpat Rai. At any rate, this is what Lajjapti appears to have said when she was interviewed for the Oral History Archive of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 10 The disclosure to Lala Feroz Chand of the bundle of documents enabled the publication of one of the writings of Bhagat Singh, namely, his celebrated, Why I Am an Atheist, on September 27, 1931. This was designed to coincide with what would have been Bhagat Singh's 24th birthday. Indeed, Further extracts were also published, and these included Bhagat Singh's letter to young political workers. However, the bundle of documents has never been found. The reason for this is that Lajjapti herself passed them over to Bijoy Kumar Sinha in 1938, after he had served his sentence of transportation for life in the dreaded Andaman Islands following his trial with Bhagat Singh in the Lahore conspiracy case. He passed them over to another friend, who wasted little time in destroying them as he feared being raided by the police. In the words of Chaman Lal, the loss of these invaluable documents must surely rank as one of the great tragedies of the period. That a bundle of documents existed appears to be the considered view of Chaman Lal, for as he explains, Bhagat Singh's father was keen to acquire the papers, or at least to see them. Lajjapti refused to give them to him, purportedly on Bhagat Singh's own instructions. We must consider ourselves fortunate that some member of his family, probably Kulbir Singh, managed to retrieve jail notebook. Point 11. This throws up a couple of questions. First, if the bundle of documents, smuggled out of prison by Kumari Lajjapti, was eventually destroyed by an unnamed friend of Bijoy Kumar Sinha, with only "Why I Am an Atheist" and Letter to Young Political Workers being published, how can we know for sure that 4 named book manuscripts also specifically existed? Second, the fact that the 2 named articles were indeed published from this smuggled bundle of documents by Lala Feroz Chand does suggest that something was in all probability written during his 2 years in jail, although it is unlikely that he would have had the time to complete 4 books in their entirety. This much is fairly recognized by Chaman Lal, noting of Bhagat Singh how during this time, he was engaged in agitation inside the jail, as well preparing for the trial. This being so, it seems unlikely that he could actually have finished writing 4 full-fledged books, even considering his enormous energy and willpower. Point 12. Nevertheless, the belief that a treasure trove of lost Bhagat Singh documents existed refuses to die. This is perhaps best encapsulated in the journalist Bhupendra Huja's lament that the vacuum of these precious manuscripts is something which no amount of literature on or about Bhagat Singh can fill. Point 13. The result is, as Moffat points out, that at the very least the existence of a fragmented assemblage of personal notes is something which today fuels a narrative of unconsecrated potential, opening space for rumination. Point 14. Yet, if it were possible so to do, what would a consecrated potential look like? This is the perpetual question to which an answer must be sought. 42. 1931, Mahatmaji is great. Bhagat Singh was a contender for power with Gandhi. Had he lived, Gandhi would have been forced to share power with him. When Bhagat Singh wrote to young political workers on February 2, 1931, he urged that for any revolutionary party a definite program is very essential, because you must know that revolution means action and that T means a change brought about deliberately by an organized and systematic work. He further wrote, "We want a socialist revolution, the indispensable preliminary to which is the political revolution. That is what we want. The political revolution does not mean the transfer of state from the hands of the British to the Indians, but to Indians who are at one with us as to the final goal, or to be more precise, the power to be transferred to the revolutionary part through popular support. After that, to proceed in right earnest is to organize the reconstruction of the whole society on the socialist basis." Point 1. Since he distrusted the middle classes, he proclaimed, "The only forces on which you can rely to bring about any revolution, whether national or the socialist, are the peasantry and the labor. Congress leaders do not dare organize those forces, because to their heart's desire, dominion status, which he was against, was what they were after." He drew upon the evidence and asserted that you can easily judge it by studying the resolutions of the last 3 sessions of the Congresses, which were at Madras, Calcutta, and Lahore. One can see how T. Calcutta, they passed a resolution asking for dominion status within 12 months, otherwise they would be forced to adopt complete independence as their object. He continued, "It is this half-heartedness that we hate, not the compromise at a particular stage in the struggle." He wished to protect the rural masses, arguing that if you say that you will approach the peasants and laborers to enlist their active support, then, hey, ask you quite candidly, What are they going to gain by your revolution for which you demand their sacrifices? What difference does it make to them whether Lord Reading is the head of the Indian government of Sir Purushottam Das Thakurdash? What difference for a peasant if Sir Tej Bahadur Supru replaces Lord Irwin? It is useless to appeal to his national sentiment. Being against such use and abuse of the masses, Bhagat Singh argued for the revolution of the proletariat and for the proletariat. Point 2 In a veiled attack on Gandhi, he argued that the policy of voluntarily going to jail should altogether be abandoned. Point 3. Bhagat Singh would definitely not have endeared himself to Mahatma Gandhi when he talked of the mental stagnation that inhibits criticism and independent thinking, which are the two indispensable qualities of a revolutionary, and he was scathing about a mentality whereby, because Mahatma Ji is great, therefore none should criticize him. Because he has risen above, therefore everything he says, maybe in the field of politics or religion, economics or ethics, is right. Whether you are convinced or not, you must say, yes, that's true. This mentality does not lead towards progress. Point 4. Bhagat Singh also strongly disagreed with Gandhi's own personal attitude to the Indian peasantry, whom he disfavored over the middle class. When advising the young political workers, Bhagat Singh was very critical of the middle-class shopkeepers and a few capitalists who he said can never dare to risk its property or possessions in any struggle, whilst Gandhi overlooked the poor and the disenfranchised. Bhagat Singh's view was that, the real revolutionary forces have not been invited into the arena. As he explained, the real revolutionary armies are in the villages and in factories, the peasantry and the laborers. But our bourgeois leaders do not and cannot dare to tackle them. 5. As a result, he is openly critical of Gandhi. This is because, after his first experience with the Ahmedabad laborers in 1920, Mahatma Gandhi declared, "We must not tamper with the laborers. It is dangerous to make political use of the factory proletariat." Since then, they never dared to approach them. The Bardoli Resolution of 1922 clearly defines the horror the leaders felt when they saw the gigantic peasant class rising to shake off not only the domination of an alien nation but also the yoke of the landlords. 6. So critical was Bhagat Singh of this stance that he added, "How it is here that our leaders prefer a surrender to the British than to the peasantry." He demanded bitterly. Apart from P.T. Jawaharlal, can you point to any leader who made any effort to organize the peasants or the laborers? No, they will not run the risk. There they lack. That is why I say they never meant a complete revolution. Through economic and administrative pressure they hope to get a few more reforms, a few more concessions for the Indian capitalists. That is why I say that this movement is doomed to die. Point 7. It is interesting to see here how similar this view is to that of Fanon. Like Bhagat Singh, who criticized Gandhi, Fanon also wrote, "The politicians who make speeches and who write in the nationalist newspapers make people dream dreams. They avoid the actual overthrowing of the state." 8. Bhagat Singh ultimately disagreed with Gandhi's Satyagraha. In an essay written in Punjabi in June 1928, when he was on the editorial board of Kirti, he explained why. This was the year when the biggest Satyagraha was being held by the peasants of Bardoli. He wrote, "After every 30 years taxes are revised and every time the tax on the land is raised." He continued, "The same thing happened this year as well and the tax has been hiked. But what are the people to do?" The problem was acute because he peasant in any case is not able to fill his belly, and how can he pay 22% more tax than before? As the preparations were made for Satyagraha, he notes how Mahatma Gandhi corresponded with the governor of Punjab to try and get the tax reduced, but sir, this government is not about to bend only through letters. It had no effect. The same thing had happened some years earlier when in 1917-18 the crop had rotted due to excessive rains and was not even worth 1/4 of the price of the normal crop. Since he law stated that tax would not be collected if the crop was less than 6 annas worth in a rupee, the people protested the demand for tax, but the government did not heed their word. Then Mahatma Gandhiji took the matter into his hands and held a meeting. He explained to the people that if they refused to pay the tax their land would be confiscated,
and asked them if they were prepared for that. 9 It is the repeated compromise that Bhagat Singh resented, and this is why on February 2, 1931 he was still as defiant as ever and wrote that he should not have any illusion about the possibilities, failures, and achievements of Congress movement, which should be better stamped Gandhianism. For him, T does not stand for freedom avowedly, it is in favor of partnership, a strange interpretation of what complete independence signifies. Its method is novel, and but for the helplessness of the people, he was convinced that Gandhianism would gain no adherent. What he meant by this was that T has fulfilled the role of an intermediate party which is controlled mostly by men with stakes in the country, who prize their stakes with bourgeoisie tenacity. 10 Therefore, what we mean by revolution is quite plain. In this century it can only mean one thing, the capture of the political power by the masses for the masses. Indeed, proletariat revolution is the only weapon of India to dislodge the imperialist. 12. 43. 1928, Lala Lajpat Rai. One thing that is much overlooked in Bhagat Singh's avenging of Lala Lajpat Rai's death by the cold-blooded shooting of J.P. Saunders on December 17, 1928 is the extent to which Bhagat Singh himself did not agree with Lala Lajpat Rai on the question of communal coexistence. We have tended to overlook this difference because our focus has been on the barbaric use of colonial violence and the colonized people's avenging of that violence. Like Bhagat Singh, who had shot a policeman in broad daylight, Fanon too explained. The colonial world is a world cut into two. The dividing line, the frontiers are shown by barracks and police stations. In the colonies it is the policeman and the soldier who are the official, instituted go-betweens, the spokesman of the settler and his rule of oppression. 1. The fact that a policeman's lathe had killed Lala Lajpat Rai as he participated in a protest in Lahore against the Simon Commission was significant in that, in the words of Fanon, in the colonial countries, policeman and the soldier, by their immediate presence and their frequent and direct action maintain contact with the native and advise him by means of rifle butts and not to budge. It is obvious here that the agents of government speak the language of pure force. 2. At another place, writing in 1952 in Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon had remarked how Europe has a racist structure. 3 Fanon stridently asserts. The violence which has ruled over the colonial world, which has ceaselessly drummed the rhythm for the destruction of native social forms. That same violence will be claimed and taken over by the native at the moment when, deciding to embody history in his own person, he surges into the forbidden quarters. 4. And indeed, it is precisely this violence that Bhagat Singh puts into practical effect by assassinating J.P. Saunders. What Fanon was here putting in writing as a political philosophy had already been put into practical operation by Bhagat Singh. To that extent there is a moral necessity in the violence of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. If the Indian masses had united in a violent overthrow of their colonial subjugation, there is every reason to believe that Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs would today be living together in one united country rather than in separate individual enclaves. This is why Fanon considered anti-colonial violence so important, as he wrote that the natives' violence unites the people. By its very structure, colonization is separatist and regionalist. Colonialism does not simply state the existence of the tribes, it also reinforces it and separates them. However, at the level of individuals, violence is a cleansing force. It frees the native from his inferiority complex and from his despair and inaction, it makes him fearless and restores his self-respect. 5 It is this cleansing force of the violence in the assassination of J.P. Saunders that has come to be applauded by those opposed to colonial rule in India. In the process, it has obscured the difference between the act of avenging and the person on whose behalf it was undertaken. It is time to set the record straight. The extent of Bhagat Singh's disagreement with Lala Lajpat Rai is intriguing, in that although Bhagat Singh revered Lajpat Rai as a leader of the militant nationalist freedom movement in his own right, he did not always see eye to eye with him. Indeed, a number of his disagreements were fundamental. They went to the core of how the fight for freedom should be fought. For one thing, Bhagat Singh could not agree with Lajpat Rai that India should be divided into two countries,
Hindu India and Muslim India. This is because Hindus and Muslims had lived together side by side in thousands of towns, villages, and hamlets for hundreds of years, and they shared each other's sorrow and happiness, heritage and history. In fact, they toiled together and suffered together such that the entire country belonged to both the communities. For this reason, Bhagat Singh feared that if Lajpat Rai's idea of a division of the country along religious lines ever took shape, it would be disastrous and that there would be a bloodbath. And, of course, so it came to be. Bhagat Singh was proven right. Lajpat Rai was proven wrong. This is not to say that Lajpat Rai did not in turn think Bhagat Singh to be equally mistaken in his philosophy. In fact, while Bhagat Singh regretted his tilt towards Hindu chauvinism, the fact was that Lajpat Rai, in turn, had denounced him as a Russian agent and even regarded revolutionaries as irresponsible young men. 6. Not surprisingly, Bhagat Singh, the martyr, political activist, thinker, revolutionary, took a different view. That he should do so is interesting. Deviating from a man whom he had always looked up to, however, was based on high principle. This is today unrecognized because Bhagat Singh is known for the most part only as a revolutionary firebrand. This in turn is because what we know of him comes from the stand that Bhagat Singh so boldly took before the judges of the special tribunal before whom he was beaten and humiliated and yet remained staunchly defiant to the end. But there was another Bhagat Singh. This was Bhagat Singh the writer and journalist. This is important because in his writings Bhagat Singh strongly castigated communalism in favor of a society based on tolerance, pluralism, diversity, and broad-mindedness. The main differences between the two of them arose from the fact that Bhagat Singh was a socialist. Lala Lajpat Rai was not. In a piece written in Punjabi in 1928, Lala Lajpat Rai and the Youth, Bhagat Singh explains how Lala Lajpat Rai had dismissed these propagandist young men as misguided. 7 He notes how Lalaji says that our socialist ideas will cause the capitalists to join forces with the government, but disagreeing with him Bhagat Singh ventures to ask, how many capitalists have become harbingers of change? The reality is that in a revolution anyone who fears his wealth and property may be harmed will always oppose it, which is why in such a situation, to abandon one's principles to appease them and damage our own cause is not appropriate. 8 In a searing critique, which exposes the difference between Bhagat Singh and his mentor, he adds, Lalaji himself is a great man. He travels by the first or the second class. How would he know the people who travel in the third class? Indeed, how would he know who endures kicks in the third-class waiting rooms? In fact, Lala Lajpat Rai's distance from his people is only made worse when he sits in the motor car and passes through thousands of villages, laughing and joking with his friends. Given this, how would we know what thousands of people go through? 9 For this reason, it is not leaders like Lala Lajpat Rai, but the youth of India like Bhagat Singh, who understand the plight of their people because when we see the peasants work in the heat, cold rain, sun, hot low winds, and foggy day and night and notice how these poor people make do with dry crumbs, and are burdened by debt, one has to ask, until we burn with agony. Does not a fire rage in our hearts? 10 What is needed are new ideas in this new environment. 11 All this emphasized how Bhagat Singh's revolution was intended to be a revolution of ideas. Lala Lajpat Rai's stance in this respect would only replace one form of tyranny with another. This is why Bhagat Singh asks the rhetorical question, does Lalaji want that now we should rebel against the English rulers and hand over the reins in the hands of the rich? 12. To his abiding regret, Bhagat Singh laments the fact that Lala Lajpat Rai has, for some reason, from the very beginning been against the youth movements. This is surprising, because like Bhagat Singh, he imbibed his idea of patriotism from the great Giuseppe Mazzini of Italy, and ironically, Mazzini was a great admirer of the youth for their voice carries magic. 13 It would appear that one reason why Lala Lajpat Rai did not trust the youth was because of the events of 1907, when the young Ajit Singh made a fiery speech at Lyallpur. That had resulted in both him and Lala Lajpat Rai being subject to a sentence of deportation. This is why Lalaji expounds that people should be wary of the movements led by the hot-headed youth of today, but as Bhagat Singh asks, Why dig up the past of 1907-08, 14? In fact, such criticism of the youth was not always justified because Bhagat Singh used the pen much more than the sword. This is where his skill as a journalist came into its own, and yet it is a feature of Bhagat Singh's persona that has historically been overlooked. English, Hindi, Urdu and Punjabi were the four languages that he could turn his hand to. As a renegade on the run, he even got to grips with some Bengali. These are remarkable feats for a man who was put to death by the age of 23 years, when most people have barely embarked on a career in journalism. His forays in journalism were published in such journals and pamphlets as Kirti, Pratap, Veer Arjun, Milap, and in Akalai. Tantalizingly, much of his writings were signed off under pseudonyms, so we will never be able to recover what would have been the full range of his written thoughts. The loss is incalculable when one considers how, while not yet an adult, he had succeeded at the age of 17 at compiling a written translation of the book by revolutionary Dan Breen, My Fight for Irish Freedom 15 from English to Hindi. All this he was able to do because he was a consummate reader. Nothing demonstrates this more vividly than his 716 days in prison, when Bhagat Singh won the right, after going on hunger strike, to have access in prison to more than 300 books, of which 63 were in Hindi, 197 were in English, 28 were in Urdu, 17 were in Bengali and 7 were in Punjabi. He read them, digested them, and made notes on them, all while living a day-by-day existence in the shadow of the hangman's noose. He read so widely so that he could agitate all the more rigorously because to the end he remained wary of religious communalism. He could see how this was fanned by unscrupulous political leaders, aided and abetted by a communalized press. It made him all the more determined to use every means at his disposal to quell such developments in the community of which he was a part. It mattered not if such communal instincts were displayed by one such as Lala Lajpat Rai whom he revered. Such forces had to be opposed. Whether it was Lala Lajpat Rai's predisposition towards Hindu chauvinism that was misguided or Bhagat Singh's revolutionary fervour was a matter on which different people at the time were to take different views. Suffice it to say that the record of history as to how events were to unfold when India eventually acquired independence in 1947 speak for themselves. The country erupted into a communal carnage, the scars of which are still visible today. Part 9. Martyrdom. Yekiskalahu Haikaun Mara. Ae Rebari Mulk O Kombata. Nazran tu Utha Unkan Tumila. Whose blood is this? Whose life destroyed? Pray, tell me, O ruler. O country most pitiful. Raise your eyes, and look me in my face. Sahir Ludian v. 44. Kardar Singh Saraba. Did Bhagat Singh set out to die from the very beginning? Was this how he planned to sacrifice himself in the cause of India's freedom? Or was he just oblivious to death? If so, could he have saved himself if he so wished? Of course, in one sense we will never know what he thought or might have intended. In another sense, however, there is the evidence. How is this evidence to be interpreted? Martyrdom was, of course, something of which Bhagat Singh had early knowledge. To be a martyr was to be called a shaheed. There was no nobler way to fight for India's independence than to die in its cause. And Bhagat Singh was not the first to do so. It was the ultimate sacrifice that a freedom fighter could make for the love of his motherland, and India had an illustrious line of shaheeds. Two incidents in particular left a lasting impression on his young mind. The first such event was when Bhagat Singh was still only a child of 8 years of age. This was the hanging of 7 Gaddar martyrs over 16 and November 17, 1915 by the British, in what became known as the First Lahore Conspiracy Case. Among those who were put to death was a man that Bhagat Singh grew up to adore and eventually emulate, by the name Kardar Singh Saraba, who was barely 20 years old. Such was the devotion that the manner of his death commanded that when in March 1926 Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Bhagwati Charan Vora established the Naujawan Bharat Sabha in Lahore, they consciously set its tone from the outset by unveiling at its inaugural session a portrait of Kardar Singh Saraba,
in what would have been an act of extreme provocation for the authorities as well as an act of sedition. Bhagat Singh himself was known to regularly carry a photograph of Kardar Singh Sarabha in his pocket and was found carrying it when arrested in 1929. A page of the judgment sentencing Kardar Singh Sarabha to death, which bears some handwritten notes by Bhagat Singh, is on display at the Shahid-e-Azam Bhagat Singh Museum in Kotkar Kalyan. After all, Kardar Singh Sarabha was one of Bhagat Singh's childhood heroes. In 1912, he left Ludhiana in Punjab for San Francisco. Entering Berkeley University as an engineering student, he founded the Ghadar Party. This was an international political movement established in the United States on July 15, 1913. It was initially called the Pacific Coast Hindustan Association, and it was formed with the express aim of overthrowing British rule in India, under the leadership of Hardale along with other Indians there. When the First World War broke out, the Ghadar Party too declared its Elan-i-Jang on Britain in the form of a declaration of war, following which Sarabha hastened to return to India. Upon arrival he was unfortunately betrayed by an accomplice in 1915, just as Bhagat Singh was in his time by his own comrades. Upon being captured, he was put not before a regular court for trial, but before a specially convened tribunal, just as Bhagat Singh was to be just over a decade later. It was a special tribunal that sentenced Sarabha to death in what came to be known as the First Lahore Conspiracy Case 1. It was also of course a special tribunal which sentenced Bhagat Singh to death in what came to be known as the Second Lahore Conspiracy Case 1931. Barely an adult at 19, Sarabha was also charged with the same offence of conspiracy against the king as Bhagat Singh. The First World War was ongoing during Kardar Singh Sarabha's hanging. Tensions were high. His death in November 1915 was essential to the Raj. Yet, death in revolution was not just a matter for the executioner. It was also a matter of importance for the executed. It was his prerogative no less. This is best epitomized in the words of Ramprasad Bismil, a revolutionary poet who took part in the Mainpuri Conspiracy 1918 and the Kakori Conspiracy 1925. He was hanged on December 19, 1927. Popularly known as Bismil and associated with the Arya Samaj, he wrote the poem, Sarfaroshi ki tamanna ab hamare dil mein hai tu, where the word Sarfaroshi quite literally means the giving of one's head for a higher gain. Bismil was not alone in extolling the virtues of sacrifice to the extent of embracing Shahide. In her insightful analysis, Simona Saune draws attention to the figure of Shahid, the one who bears witness to the truth of the nation and stands by that truth, even unto death. We can recall that the word Shahid in Arabic, means much like Martyrs in Greek, initially refers to the witness, so that in this way, the epithet Shahid is often associated with Bhagat Singh and other nationalist heroes of that time. This allows us to understand how in Bismil's poem, the Shahid stands out as a figure to be emulated. Point 3. She continues, in Bismil's poem the hero gains his true life, his life as a hero, only in death, for since in such a dream, the Qatil, or the murderer, becomes almost the accomplice of the Shahid, less an antagonist, and more an ally, Bhagat Singh also has to die. In the same way, or one must also think of the Qatil here as love of the native land. It is the strength of this love that must be tested, not only the strength of the enemy. 5. Bhagat Singh again must die. 6. Bismil was not alone in writing like this. Sachindranath Sanyal, who helped establish the HRA, wrote an open letter to Gandhi chiding him. What had removed the fear of death from the hearts of Indians, he told the great Mahatma, was not Gandhianism, but the people's own belief in the grandeur and the beauty that lie in dying for noble causes. Point 7. This is because for the HRA, the ultimate consummation of revolutionary action was to be ready to die a martyr's death for it. Bhagat Singh's own writings leave little doubt that this was his belief as well. We know this because Yadav and Singh have translated the earlier writings 8 of Bhagat Singh. From these it is clear that even as a young college student, Bhagat Singh wrote endearingly in Indian journals, such as Kirti, an Amritsar weekly, Pratap, published in Kanpur, and in Chand, a monthly Hindi publication, about how such shaheeds as Kardar Singh Saraba, Madan Lal Dhingra and the Kakori martyrs had openly welcomed death. Simona Saune also directs our attention to a poem attributed to Ashfaqullah Khan. We read the following verse: Ai Paktakara, Ulfat Hashiyardig Na Jana / Yan Raz Ashaki Hi is Daro Razan Main. This affirms a devotion to Shahadat. In Bismillah's poem there is the line, Aa Jafir Maktal Men Kadal Karaha Hai Barbar, Aa Nvo Shoki Shahadat Jin K Dil Men Hai. Indeed, from March to October 1928 Bhagat Singh wrote a serial column in the journal Kirti titled, Azadai Ki Ben Shahadaten. So much so that, in the piece about Madan Lal Dhingra, Singh writes, when pain arose from seeing the chains of slavery grow more powerful day by day, many youths were unable to calm their nation-love-maddened hearts with mere speech and proposal work, and some broken-hearted people began the revolutionary movement. 9. In this way, Saune explains, both the emotional charge of love, as well as the madness of the one who truly experiences this love, are integrally related to the celebration of death. 10. It is this celebration of death to which we must next turn. 45. 1930, Sufferings and Sacrifices. The impact of this tradition of martyrdom on Bhagat Singh was deep and everlasting. When, at the time of the 1921 to 1926 Gurdwara reform movement, the Sikh militant organization of the Babbar Khalsa Akali order saw 6 of their members executed on charges of having killed government officials and informers, Bhagat Singh, who could not have been more than 18 years old at the time, wrote of them approvingly. He described them as men showing great indifference to the trial, and that when, after months, the judge gave his verdict, what was to transpire was that there were 5 to be hanged and many others were sent for life imprisonment or exile in what is described as their fond waiting for this day. Such was their keenness in making the ultimate sacrifice that, upon hearing the verdicts, the accused heroes thundered and even the skies echoed with their triumphant slogans. Bhagat Singh would have doubtless learned from this. He would have early imbibed the lesson of how death should be embraced. For the right cause it was to be welcomed and even desired. The greater the injustice, the greater the need to make that personal sacrifice. Accordingly, when in the case of the Babbar Akalis it was decided that an appeal was preferred, paradoxically what happened now that instead of 5, now 6 were sent to the noose. But it did not end there. More irony was to follow still when the same day the news came that a mercy petition was sent. Then the Punjab secretary declared that the hanging would be put off, but that astonishingly on the very day of Holi on February 27, 1926, when we were getting high on our enjoyment, a terrible thing was happening in a corner of this great province. This was that all of a sudden it came to be that we saw a small contingent of mourners carrying the dead bodies of the heroes towards the cremation side. They had been hanged contrary to all expectation when they were meant eventually to have been released from death. For Bhagat Singh, they were fearless patriots, and if they were misguided, if they were frenzied, let them be so, because whatever they did it for this wretched country. The Babbar Khalsa Akalis had taken violent action against government officials because they simply could not bear injustice and they could not countenance the fallen nation. 1. Since they could not tolerate the exploitation of the masses, they challenged and jumped into action. The anguish in which Bhagat Singh found himself was plain as he exclaimed, "Oh!" The terrible toll of their dedicated deeds, too, while still acknowledging the atrocity for what it was with the words, even if it was the case that they might have done something hateful, their courage and the dedication shown in surrendering their lives at the altar of the nation, is something to the opposite side. 3. In anger, he upbraided those who were too preoccupied with the festivities of Holi on this day, pointing out how we the cowards and human wretches lacked the courage of even sighing and putting off our celebrations even for a moment. What a disheartening deed! For rhetorically, he asked, where is the end of sacrifice? Where is the limit to courage and fearlessness? Where does the extremity of idealism reside? 5. All this Bhagat Singh was pondering over when he was barely 20 years of age. The historian Moffat, who has conducted cutting-edge research into India's revolutionary tradition,
states that what Bhagat Singh is doing here is engaging in appeals to the global landscape of rebellion. Point 6 Whereas this is no doubt true, it is possible to also draw the inference that at age 20 what Bhagat Singh is doing is undergoing his own transformation into a revolutionary in the mold of those who went before him. He is learning. And he is learning how to die. In fact, he is on the path of emulating those whom he described as fearless patriots and heroes. Just as there was no respite or reprieve for them, he begins to learn that when it comes to it, there will be no respite or reprieve for him. All the characteristics of his own life, from the day of his own arrest on April 8, 1929 to the trial, in which his sentence of deportation was confirmed before being upgraded to a sentence of death by hanging, right to the day of his execution on March 23, 1931, are present in the hanging of the Babbar Khalsa Akalis on February 27, 1926. Whether it be police beatings, starvation through hunger strike or death by hanging, the idea of inviting untold suffering for an exalted cause such as India's freedom was ingrained in the revolutionaries. This does not mean that individuals did not break under pressure. But when they did, they were reminded of the path they had willingly themselves chosen to tread. Thus, upon the trial for the second Lahore conspiracy case being concluded in October 1930, when a judgment from the special tribunal was being anxiously awaited and Sukhdev had begun contemplating suicide, Bhagat Singh reprimanded him with the words of the Naujawan Bharat Sabha, to suffer and sacrifice through service. Sukhdev expected to be sent to jail for 20 years. He did not want this. He wanted either release or death. But Bhagat Singh reminded him how the time of our imprisonment, the condition for the political prisoners of our party was very miserable and that we were not aware of the technique of forced feeding and nor had we ever thought of it, but having experienced its horrors, we were ready to die and yet had emerged stronger. He told Sukhdev, I want to tell you that obstacles make a man perfect. Neither you nor I, or any of us, have suffered any pain so far, he said. To know pain, he draws upon its depiction in Russian literature for its realism, reminding Sukhdev, you will recollect that we have talked several times about realism in the Russian literature, which is nowhere visible in our own. We highly appreciate the situations of pain in their stories, but we do not feel that spirit of suffering within ourselves, he said. And yet ironically, we also admire their passion and the extraordinary height of their characters, but we never bother to find out the reason. Russian literature has much to commend it because the reference to their resolve to bear pain has produced the intensity, the suffering of pain, and this has given great depth and height to their characters and literature. 7 It is well known that Bhagat Singh often referred to the young having something unique to offer, in their energy, their hope, and in their shared future. Point 8 In addition, the fact that Bhagat Singh, Ramprasad Bismil and Ashfaqullah remained within the influence of poetry, even at the moment of death, is widely heralded, as Simona Saune makes plain. Even McKinley, the British officer at the time, recorded in his diary, I think it was the poetry that held their souls together, as the torture tore their bodies apart. 9 Yet, it is clear that it was not just poetry, but literature too, and in particular Russian literature. Bhagat Singh gave Sukhdev an example from his own life, when an attempt was made by intelligence officers to cajole him into becoming an informant and to thereby save his life. He spurned the offer contemptuously, explaining that he had ideals. When I was brought here from Delhi for the purpose of identification, some intelligence officers talked to me. In the presence of my father. They said that since I did not try to save my life by divulging secrets, it proved the presence of an acute agony in my life. They argued that death of this kind will be something like suicide. But I had replied that a man with beliefs and ideals like mine, could never think of dying uselessly. We want to get the maximum value for our lives. We want to serve humanity as much as possible. Particularly a man like me, whose life is nowhere sad or worried. Point 10. The proceedings before the special tribunal having ended, and with the verdict awaited in keen anticipation by all, Bhagat Singh now made a revelation of remarkable sincerity, saying, I hope you will permit me to tell you what I think about myself. I am certain of capital punishment for me. I do not expect even a bit of moderation or amnesty. In this sense, he was ahead of the game because it is startlingly revealing from this that he knew from the beginning what awaited him. This being so, he set out from the outset to embrace death, believing that revolution can be achieved only through sustained striving, sufferings and sacrifices. And it shall be achieved. He wished to end his struggle in a manner whereby some indelible impressions are made on the hearts of the people of the country through our hanging. Only this much and nothing more. 11 This is why Simona Saunay is able to say that what makes him such a powerful icon today according to her is less his writing or beliefs, and more the very fact of his death, that is to say, the commitment to which that death attests. 12 As she explains, what makes Bhagat Singh so compelling for people of varied hues in India is precisely his passion, manifested in his embrace of death. 13 Yet, Bhagat Singh's relation to death cannot be exhausted by the phrase dying for the nation, although that is often how he is remembered today. 14 The centrality of death to Bhagat Singh's outlook is linked to a wider imagination and other elements such as excessive love, delirium, and the explosive destructiveness and generosity of youth. 15 In this way, he dissolution of the self in love, in this language, allegorises the death in struggle of a committed political actor. 16 This is also why Bhagat Singh was scornful of the sort of shallow-minded Indian mysticism that induces spasms of uncontrolled sentimentalism and self-pity, emphasizing the need for rationalism, by pointing out that it becomes pitiable and ridiculous when we imbibe an unreasoned mysticism in our life without any natural or substantial basis. That, he reminds Sukhdev at the time when he was contemplating suicide, is to betray the cause of the revolutionary so that people like us, who are proud to be revolutionary in every sense, should always be prepared to bear all the difficulties, anxieties, pain, and suffering which we invite upon ourselves by the struggles initiated by us and for which we call ourselves revolutionary. In fact, appeals to God are of no avail in times like this. In the same letter to Sukhdev, Bhagat Singh is not only disarmingly frank but utterly compelling in his penetrating logic when he exclaims, "We do not believe in God, hell and heaven, punishment and rewards, that is in any godly accounting of human life. Therefore, we must think of life and death on materialist line 17. It is precisely this attitude to death which Moffat finds alluring in his study because it is not just any death but one involving a spectacular self-sacrifice that is openly invited and embraced by the revolutionary. 18 When Bhagat Singh scolds Sukhdev, he does so in terms which remind him that die in a struggle like this is an ideal death and that those of us who are certain to get the death sentence should wait patiently for the day when this sentence would be pronounced, after which they will be hanged. There is nothing to fear in this because even that death will be beautiful, but to commit suicide, to put an end to one's life, to escape some suffering, that is cowardice. 19 In so saying, Bhagat Singh reaches the heights of virtue, even as he suffers with Sukhdev, and addresses him in the letter as dear brother. In fact, his convictions have an aesthetic all of their own. This is clear from the way in which he admonishes Sukhdev, telling him that the best part of self-experiment is, endure agony oneself. 20 He then upbraids him, saying that if you feel that life imprisonment is really humiliating, then why don't you agitate against it and try to reform it. 21 If there ever was a call to reform Indian penal policy, this was it, and it came at the time of the revolutionaries' most acute suffering. This ties in with what may be described as the particularity of revolutionary violence, as encapsulated by Giorgio Agamben, where evolutionary violence is not a violence of means, aimed at the just end, but that it is a violence that negates the self and it awakens a consciousness of the death of the self. This is because the revolutionary class can know that enacting violence against the other inevitably kills the self. 22 How does Bhagat Singh develop such a cogent and coherent theory of death for the revolutionary? The answer lies in his time in jail. Jail time on death row was necessary to prepare oneself for the ultimate sacrifice. 46. 1931, Why I am an atheist. While we can never know for certain what Bhagat Singh really thought about dying in the face of the inevitable death that awaited him, there is, nevertheless, This 20th century moment in India to which we have already referred, where acts of self-sacrifice are deemed necessary as the revolutionaries strive to create a new world. Jail time was considered vital by Bhagat Singh because of the opportunities it afforded in reading and self-analysis. Awaiting sentence upon conclusion of the special tribunal proceedings, he put this in his letter to Sukhdev, explaining, "I want to tell you that in jail, and in jail alone, can a person get an occasion to study empirically the great social subjects of crime and sin. I have read some literature on this, and only in jail is the proper place for self-study on all these topics. The best parts of self-study is to suffer oneself. As for any suggestion that jail life will crush all ideas, he questions whether the situation outside the jail was any bit more favorable to our ideas." He saw the use of the jail rules against the detainees as a source of strength to draw upon, pointing out how we continued our work despite the testing environment of disappointments, pressures, and violence ordained by the jail rules, and asks, were these conditions not testing in the extreme? He draws attention to our revolutionary comrades who suffered for their convictions in jails and are still working on return from jails, referring to Bakunin and pointing out how today, you find many revolutionaries occupying responsible posts in the Russian state who passed the greater part of their lives in prison, completing their sentences. 1 Simona Saune observes that, notwithstanding the immense role in the education of Bhagat Singh, of equal if not greater significance is the literary and aesthetic space that allowed him to cast himself as part of an international brotherhood formed around the gallows. This is brought home most powerfully by references to the Russian novella, The Seven Who Were Hanged, in the reminiscences of two of Bhagat Singh's co-prisoners in Lahore Central Jail, Shiv Varma and Jatinder Nath Sanyal. Referring to Bhagat Singh's interest in Dickens, Upton Sinclair, Hall Caine, Victor Hugo, Oscar Wilde, Gorky, Stepniak and in particular Leonid Andreev, Shiv Varma recounts, he frequently got emotionally involved with some particular characters in the novels, to the extent that he wept and laughed with them. A familiar instance was a character in Leonard Andrews' novel The Seven Who Were Hanged. This character kept on saying, "I shall not be hanged." While he was being actually led to the gallows, he was still saying, "I shall not be hanged." Upon reading this, Bhagat Singh would first laugh heartily, and then be silent and tears would start dropping from his eyes too. Simona Saune asks, what could Bhagat Singh's laughter and tears signify? We can only speculate. She adds that surely the tears are a moment of identification leading to the conclusion that the revolutionary does not love death because he hates life. On the contrary, it is precisely love of life that also demands love of death, so that both life and death may be wrestled away from totalitarian control. For Saune, Bhagat Singh's encounter with this novel should be read along with all the moments in his writings where he either glorifies the death of heroes, or argues against suicide, or gestures, through citation or allusion, towards a sweet intimacy with death. Given his quest of overcoming the fear of death and suffering, Saune explains, the many references to the importance of enduring suffering, the prolonged practice of the hunger strike, and the defiant gesture of laughing at the moment of execution are all part of this challenge. 3 Indeed, Saune goes further and even recognizes that in this sense there are in Bhagat Singh's work arguments similar to those made by Frantz Fanon, that at a systemic level the violence can only be confronted by the violence of the colonized, and at an individual level, violence functions as a way of restoring agency and capacity to a humiliated people. 4. It is this restoration of agency and capacity to a humiliated people that also accounts for Bhagat Singh's writing of his most controversial piece while he was in jail. A famous Sikh religious scholar and revolutionary, Bhai Sahib Bhairandhir Singh, was imprisoned in Lahore Central Jail from 1930 to 1931 for his activities on behalf of the Ghadar Party. In jail he encountered Bhagat Singh in the condemned cell. Bhagat Singh was an avowed atheist. Despite being condemned to death, he still refused to believe in the existence of God. Bhai Sahib Bhairandhir Singh attempted to convince him otherwise, whereupon Bhagat Singh wrote the article titled Why I Am an Atheist, which was a tract released by Bhagat Singh's family several months after he had been hanged, towards the end of 1931.
Adherents of Bhai Sahib Birandhir strenuously insist that the great sage managed to convince Bhagat Singh to return into the fold of Sikhism as he faced the hour of his death in jail. Others think this cannot possibly have been the case. The truth is that this claim is only based on Birandhir Singh's own memoirs. 5 In an attempt to reconstruct his hagiography, it is arguable that he and his supporters would have had every reason to make such a claim. In so doing, one often sees a photograph of Bhagat Singh, sitting manacled on a charpoy with hair unshorn in earnest discussion with an elderly man alleged to be Bhai Sahib Birandhir Singh. This, however, is a 1927 photo, when Bhagat Singh was 20 years old. It is during his first arrest following the Dusra bomb blast, when he is seen sitting with DSP Gopal Singh Pannu. It is not with Bhai Sahib Birandhir Singh at all. Most important, however, is the fact that Bhagat Singh wrote "Why I Am an Atheist" in prison. This tract was first published in September 1931. That was just 6 months after Bhagat Singh was executed in March. The fact that it was published with the permission of his family, and in circumstances where not a single one of his comrades in prison had suggested that during his final days he had returned to the fold of Sikhism, suggests that he did not do so and remained an atheist to the end. If his family wished to honor his memory so soon after his execution, they would not have done so by being oblivious to his moral and ethical stance which this essay so powerfully depicts. In fact, it appears that while a meeting did take place between Bhai Sahib Birandhir Singh and Bhagat Singh, it was not an amicable one. Nor does it appear to have been one which Bhagat Singh himself desired. According to Shiv Varma, the article "Why I Am an Atheist" actually came about when the Gadarite Birandhir Singh, during his own incarceration in Lahore jail in 1930-31, wished to see Bhagat Singh. This is because Birandhir Singh was a God-fearing religious man. It pained him to learn that Bhagat Singh was a non-believer. He somehow managed to see Bhagat Singh in the condemned cell and tried to convince him about the existence of God, but failed. Baba lost his temper and said tauntingly, "You are giddy with fame and have developed an ego which is standing like a black curtain between you and God." It was in reply to that remark that Bhagat Singh wrote this article. 6. In "Why I Am an Atheist," Bhagat Singh sets out the gradual process by which his belief in God had begun to disintegrate, explaining, "I had stopped believing in God when I was an obscure young man. Even though my grandfather, under whose influence I was brought up, is an orthodox Arya Samajist." When Bhagat Singh was a student at the D.A.V school of Lahore and stayed in its boarding house for a full 1 year, he was still very much a believer and used to recite Gayatri mantra for hours and hours, to such an extent that I was a perfect devotee in those days. However, it was when, and the non-cooperation days I joined the National College, that I began to think liberally and to criticize all religious problems, even about God. 7 Thereafter, later on I joined the Revolutionary Party but still did not totally deny the existence of God. The change in him came when later on he got ample opportunity to study various ideals of the world revolution, and this is when I studied Bakunin, the anarchist leader, something of Marx, the father of communism, and much of Lenin, Trotsky, and others, men who had successfully carried out a revolution in their country. They were all atheists. The result was that by the end of 1926 I had been convinced as to the baselessness of the theory of existence of an almighty supreme being who created, guided, and controlled the universe. 8. By all accounts Bhagat Singh was proud of his atheism. He did not wish to be redeemed by God. He had no belief in a paradise or an afterlife. Whereas, God-believing Hindu might be expecting to be reborn a king, a Muslim or a Christian might dream of the luxuries to be enjoyed in paradise as the reward he is to get for his suffering and sacrifices. The question for Bhagat Singh was, but, what am I to expect? I know the moment the rope is fitted round my neck and rafters removed from under my feet, that will be the final moment, that will be the last moment. He did not believe that his soul would have the luxury of transmigration because, or to be more precise, my soul as interpreted in the metaphysical terminology shall be finished there, and there is to be nothing further. He had no regrets about this,
no melancholy moments for him to indulge in, because a short life of struggle with no such magnificent end, shall in itself be the reward, if I have the courage to take it in that light. That is all. With no selfish motive or desire to be rewarded here or hereafter, quite disinterestedly, have I devoted my life to the cause of independence, because I could not do otherwise. 9. This is not to say that Bhagat Singh is unaware of the solace of religion or of its psychological benefits for a condemned man who knows he is living on borrowed time on this earth, because, I know in the present circumstances my faith in God would have made my life easier, my burden lighter, and my disbelief in him has turned all the circumstances too dry, and the situation may assume too harsh a shape. He is aware that little bit of mysticism can make it poetical. But I do not want the help of any intoxication to meet my fate. I am a realist. 10. What a thundering descent of religion! And what erudite defiance! No wonder that Shiv Varma, who was in jail with Bhagat Singh, wrote that he had personally witnessed Baba Randhir Singh's attempt to convince Bhagat Singh about the existence of God but failed. As Bhagat Singh himself wrote in his essay, this was because reason is the guiding star of my life. In fact, any man who stands for progress has to criticize, disbelieve, and challenge every item of the old faith. 11. He ended by leaving no doubt that even in his last hour he would not succumb to prayer, because I will think that to be an act of degradation and demoralization on my part. For selfish motives I am not going to pray. 12. 47. 1931, I will climb the gallows gladly. By the end of his trial before the special tribunal, Bhagat Singh wished to die. Of that there can be no doubt. In his last letter to his father shortly before he was hanged, he even upbraided his own father for getting in the way. Kishan Singh had made a last-ditch frantic plea by writing to the tribunal on September 20, 1930 from Bradlaugh Hall in Lahore. He had claimed that his son was innocent of J.P. Saunders' murder because Bhagat Singh was in Calcutta on the day of the occurrence, and he actually wrote and dispatched a letter from there. In fact, there were witnesses, and I can produce them if I am given an opportunity, according to justice, or they may be called as court witnesses in the interest of justice, equity, and good conscience, because the question in this case is of life and death. 1. Bhagat Singh was incensed. Far from even putting up a defense, he had never been interested in even proving his innocence. In a letter to his father which he asked to be made public and which was published in the Tribune on 4 October 1932, he scolded his father in the sternest terms. He wrote how from the very beginning you have been trying to convince me to fight my case very seriously and to defend myself properly, but that you also know that I was opposed to it. The reason was that we have been pursuing a definite policy in this trial. This being so, very action of mine ought to have been consistent with that policy, my principle, and my program, clearly demonstrating how his approach to the trial was elaborately conceived and meticulously carried out from beginning to end. As he explained, I had only one idea before me throughout the trial, i.e. to show complete indifference towards the trial in spite of the serious nature of the charges against us. I have always been of the opinion that all political workers should be indifferent and should never bother about the legal fight in the law courts, and should boldly bear the heaviest possible sentences inflicted upon them. They may defend themselves, but always from purely political consideration and never from a personal point of view. 3. It is clear from this that if Gandhi had a policy of passive resistance to British colonial rule, then Bhagat Singh had a policy of active resistance. And yet while Gandhi is known the world over, Bhagat Singh is all but forgotten. In fact, Bhagat Singh went on to tell his father, "We have always been doing our duty quite disinterestedly." Later on he went on to reproach his father with the words, "My life is not so precious, at least to me, as you probably think to be. It is not at all worth buying at the cost of my principles. There are other comrades of mine whose case is as serious as that of mine. We had adopted a common policy and we shall stand to the last." Even in that last letter he left his father with no doubt that I am still not at all in favor of offering any defense. Even if the court had accepted that petition submitted by some of my co-accused regarding my defense, I would not have defended myself. Indeed, He then went on to reveal how the applications before the tribunal were all part of a wider strategy and a ruse, in that applications submitted to the tribunal regarding my interview during the hunger strike were misinterpreted, and it was published in the press that I was going to offer defense, though in reality I was never willing to offer defense. Point 4. If Bhagat Singh was not going to put up a defense, what was he planning to do? Bhagat Singh has a clear answer to this. His approach was a highly sophisticated one. It was to expose the rank injustice of a judicial system of coercive colonial legalism. In this approach Bhagat Singh stood entirely vindicated because, as he explained to his father, in the statement accompanying the text of the Lahore Conspiracy Case Ordinance, the Viceroy had stated that the accused in this case were trying to bring both the law and justice into contempt. The situation afforded to us an opportunity to show to the public whether we are trying to bring the law into contempt or whether others were doing so. Point 5. The strategy was one of exposing the errant hypocrisy of the colonial rulers. They had instigated a special trial procedure for 25 of the accused. Their trial before a regular magistrate was cut short and aborted while in full swing. Instead, they were put before a special tribunal. This act of desperation by the colonial authorities showed the rule of law in India to be a charade. And, this is what Bhagat Singh cleverly set out to expose. No wonder he saw his father's attempt to save him from the gallows as nothing short of treachery. By intervening in this way, his father was inadvertently undoing the strategy that Bhagat Singh had so meticulously planned and worked for. This is why he told his father, "Let me be candid. I feel as though I have been stabbed in the back." Chastising his father, he struggled to contain his emotions, as he declared, "I fear I might overlook the ordinary principles of etiquette, and my language may become a little bit harsh." And yet, managing to restrain himself just in time, he ends with the words, "But, in your case, let me say that it has been a weakness of the worst type." 6 Coming from son to a father. These were harsh words, but Bhagat Singh was on the last leg of his journey, the journey to death. He could brook no interference, even if the interference was that of a tormented, stricken father who was desperately helpless in the face of his eldest son's impending death. The day before his hanging, Bhagat Singh wrote a last letter to his comrades on March 22, 1931. Shiv Varma, who was himself detained in Ward No. 14, close to the cells of the condemned, slipped out a note to Bhagat Singh asking him if he would prefer to live. Bhagat Singh promptly wrote back, "The desire to live is natural. It is in me also. I do not want to conceal it. But it is conditional. I don't want to live as a prisoner or under restrictions. My name has become a symbol of Indian revolution. The ideal and sacrifices of the Revolutionary Party have elevated me to a height which I will never be able to rise if I live." This vindicates Bhagat Singh's strategy of courting martyrdom, which he had so carefully and painstakingly pursued right from the beginning. In fact, he was now able to also add that if I mount the gallows boldly and with a smile, that will inspire Indian mothers and they will aspire that their children should also become Bhagat Singh. Thus the number of persons ready to sacrifice their lives for the freedom of our country will increase enormously. Yet, he was human, and being human pricked his conscience. Of desires that remained unfulfilled. Of what could have been had he lived. With these thoughts in mind, he ended his note sorrowfully with the words, "Yet, one thing pricks me even today. My heart nurtured some ambitions for doing something for humanity and for my country. I have not been able to fulfill even 1,000th part of these ambitions. If I live I might perhaps get a chance to fulfill them. If ever it came to my mind that I should die, it came from this end only." Point 7. There is a sense of desolation here as one begins to fathom the feelings of a young man who knows he will die within 24 hours. The sense of loss of a life which could have been lived in any normal circumstance is enough to make one weep. The wretched and dismal end to a life brutally cut short is all too well understood by Bhagat Singh himself as he pens his last words. Yet, he retains his dignity. His head remains high and unbowed even when as he comes to terms with his own mortality. Almost 100 years after India's independence, Bhagat Singh's dream for India remains but a dream. The promise he held out remains unfulfilled. With opportunities for education, healthcare, racial, religious, and communal harmony all but squandered, as well as the threat of constant war, independence lies barren and burnt out. Modern-day independent India's leaders do not understand what the revolutionaries understood only too well: the need for sacrifice for a better India. Bhagat Singh remained acutely aware of this right to the very end. If sacrifice meant death, then so much the better. We can see this in Bhagat Singh's final letter written from Lahore Central Jail in November 1930 to B.K. Dude, who had escaped the sentence of execution. The letter starkly displays his attitude to death. It was published in English originally in the now discontinued Calcutta weekly named New Era. Bhagat Singh begins by saying, "The judgment has been delivered. I am condemned to death." He then adds that in these cells, besides myself, there are many other prisoners who are waiting to be hanged, but that perhaps I am the only man amongst them who is anxiously waiting for the day when I will be fortunate enough to embrace the gallows for my ideals. He then asserts, "I will climb the gallows gladly and show to the world as to how bravely the revolutionaries can sacrifice themselves for the cause." He goes on to tell B.K. Dude, "I am condemned to death, but you are sentenced to transportation for life so that those revolutionaries who have by chance escaped the gallows, should live and show to the world that they can not only embrace the gallows for the ideal but also bear the worst type of tortures in the dark dingy prison cells." 8. The only wish Bhagat Singh had was a say in the manner of his going. He did not wish to go as a common criminal. Everything he had said and done from the beginning to the end demonstrated that he was a freedom fighter. He was a prisoner of war. This is because his act in the assassination of J.P. Saunders was an act of political murder in what was a war waged by the Indian nation against the King of England. And, this is exactly how he had been charged and tried. His crime did not arise from a personal vendetta. Nor was it a crime for personal gain. So, like a prisoner of state, he demanded to be shot by the state. He did not want to be hanged like a criminal. So he, together with Sukhdev and Rajguru, wrote to the Punjab governor, as the day of execution drew closer. They explained that we were sentenced to death on October 7, 1930 by a British court, LCC. Tribunal, constituted under the special LCC ordinance, promulgated by H.E. the Viceroy, and that this being so, the main charge against us was that of having waged war against H.M. King George, the King of England. Indeed, the findings of the court presuppose two things, namely, that there exists a state of war between the British nation and the Indian nation, and that we had actually participated in that war and were, therefore, war prisoners. Against this background, let us declare that the state of war does exist and shall exist so long as the Indian toiling masses and their natural resources are being exploited by a handful of parasites. They may be purely British capitalists or mixed British and Indian, or even purely Indian. They may be carrying on their insidious exploitation through mixed or even purely Indian bureaucratic apparatus. All these things make no difference. 9. For this reason, what we wanted to point out was that according to the verdict of your court we had waged war and we are therefore war prisoners. And we claim to be treated as such, i.e. we claim to be shot dead instead of being hanged. It rests with you to prove that you really meant what your court has said. 10. It was a dying last wish not to be fulfilled. So relentless was the Raja's persecution of these men, so determined the state to remove all trace of their knowledge and existence, that death for them would be designed to be deliberately ignominious. The authorities were not going to grant the three the dignity of being shot as political prisoners. They were to be hanged, and even that before their time. And yet, even in their hanging, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru managed to cock a snook at the British Raj. They refused to be cowed. All three walked out of their cells smiling. They mounted the scaffold with alacrity, refused to have their faces masked, hugged each other warmly and grasped the rope themselves and put it around their necks. They knew how to die after all. And they died in the manner of their choosing with their heads unbowed. They died the death of a revolutionary, of an incolable. Part 10. Efficient despotism. Kafaz valan ki bikias indijai hai. Chamandur ashiyandur asmandur. How pitiful the life of the caged. Bereft of the joys of the garden, home, and blue sky. Firik Gorakupari. 48. An apology. One question that is on the lips of everyone who knows of Bhagat Singh's case is whether there should now be a restitution for acts done long ago in the heyday of the British Empire. Should there be an act of atonement for what happened 100 years ago? All the evidence suggests that by the time of the Lahore conspiracy case in 1929, the colonial administration in Punjab knew full well that its sustained and systemic campaign of unabated physical violence on the youth of the land was not working. It was not able to break their resolve or force them to mend their errant ways. It could have granted the Lahore conspirators an amnesty and focused its resources instead on preventing violent acts from taking place in the first place. Instead, it chose to use the law as a specific tool of colonial coercion by subjecting them to legal repression of the most severe sort through judicial reprisals. Should there not be an atonement for that, one may well ask? In fact, there is the revealing historical fact of how in November 1929, shortly after Jatin Das' death, and as the proceedings for the Lahore conspiracy trials began, the highest officials in the colonial government began to consider how to deal with the problem of political prisoners as they tried to construct a way to evaluate the success of the constitutional reforms of 1919 under Montagu and Chelmsford. Moreover, there was, as Durbagosh has pointed out, a private letter in November 21, 1929, from Lord Irwin, the Viceroy, to Wedgwood Ben, Secretary of State for India and Liberal MP, in which Irwin identified two important issues in terms of dealing with political prisoners and the activities of the revolutionary terrorist movement. One issue was amnesty for political prisoners, as had been offered in 1919, and the second was whether to fully prosecute each crime using the mechanisms available through the Indian Penal Code. What is evident from this exchange is that Irwin noted that severe punishments had been unsuccessful in upholding the laws against sedition. Since radical materials continued to circulate, he also noted that if the government wanted to continue to enlist what he called responsible Indians, it should use a gentler approach in enforcing laws. 1 Durbagosh notes how Lord Irwin noted with approval, "I recall the case of Gandhi a few months ago who was fined a rupee, which vindicated the law, which had only been technically infringed and left no bitterness." 2. Why was there then no imposition of a fine on the Lahore conspirators as there was for Gandhi? Why was there no amnesty offered as was discussed by Lord Irwin? Why were the three in the Lahore conspiracy case hanged after a show trial? These questions are important because of the clear awareness by the Governor-General and Viceroy that physical repression was a fruitless and self-defeating endeavor on their part and that a different path, which had already been tried and tested, was likely to be more practically useful to the authorities. Lord Irwin sought advice from far and wide. He elicited the views of two trusted officials in Bengal who had previously served in Ireland and had the experience of dealing with unrest there. Both John Anderson and Charles Tagar told him that prevention was more effective than prosecution, so that concentrating on removing the risk of violent attacks was altogether more constructive. On this basis, Irwin decided to endorse a policy of what he described as efficient despotism. This was designed to discourage Indian nationalists from assembling and organizing around eye-catching prosecutions. This was often done in the full glare of the press, as had been vividly demonstrated by the Lahore conspiracy case trials. It did not do the administration any good. Astonishingly, what one learns, however, is that several weeks later, Irwin reported that figures such as Malviya, Nehru, and Gandhi had not made demands on behalf of political prisoners, as the Viceroy had been expecting. 3 If this is right, then it demonstrates that the lamentable failure of Lord Irwin to effectively push through his policy of efficient despotism and grant the Lahore conspirators an amnesty was in no small part linked to the abject failure of the leading Congress politicians to come to the assistance of their fellow countrymen and put pressure on Lord Irwin to do exactly that when it was most needed. Efficient despotism worked in other respects. One learns,
for example, of an event in 1933, when there was a 45-day hunger strike in the cellular jail in the Andaman Islands, when caution was urged in a manner that it was not in 1929-30 when the Lahore conspirators were on trial. On that occasion, the hunger strike ran from May 12 to June 26. It involved no less than 58 inmates. It was moreover accompanied by another 20 who refused to work as well. In the end, 3 hunger strikers died in the cellular jail. From the Indian Medical Service, there was a Lieutenant Colonel F.A. Barker who had served in the Lahore Central Jail during the Lahore conspiracy case in 1929 when the hunger strike was being used by the detainees as a tool of resistance. When he was sent to the Andaman Islands halfway through the hunger strike of the prisoners there, he was able to report that there was a humane way of force-feeding the prisoners without occasioning unnecessary death by inflicting additional injury upon them. He advised that when artificial feeding was undertaken, the rubber tubes should be moistened with olive oil and only then inserted into the nasal passage, as this would not interfere with their breathing. Point 4. This technique of humane force feeding was largely absent in the case of the Lahore conspirators, who suffered grievously at the hands of prison wardens, who often delighted in inflicting untold pain on the hunger strikers when they resisted the forced feeding. Should there be an apology for that? Before this question is answered, it is as well to remember that the issue of an apology is complex and controversial. Apologies have become all too commonplace these days. Javad Iqbal has referred to Spanish atrocities in South America in a past age and the demand that Spain now apologize for such misdeeds. He pointed out that for President Andrés Manuel López Obrador of Mexico to be asking the Spanish to say sorry for their historical misdeeds is just a political gimmick, making a mockery of the actual violence committed during the Spanish conquest in 1519. For Javad Iqbal, this line of thinking also makes the mistake of confusing modern Spain with imperial Spain, as if the same state or ruling entity remained in power to this day. Point 5. He argues that saying sorry is often a case of political expediency, so that it has no impact on current government policies and is therefore an empty gesture. It also can polarize people within the countries affected, so that it would be better to remember past wrongs in ways that bring people together rather than divide them. Even so, he does accept that there is today the growing tendency for countries to acknowledge past crimes committed during colonization. This explains why in 1995 Queen Elizabeth II of England apologized for atrocities committed against the Maoris in New Zealand. In 2008, the Australian Parliament formally apologized to Indigenous Australians. In 2007, Tony Blair, the British PM, said sorry for the slave trade. In 2010, his successor, Gordon Brown, apologized for sending 1,30,000 children to the former colonies. In a 2-page letter in October 2020, Mexico's president also wrote to Pope Francis, asking for an apology for the Catholic Church's role in the oppression of indigenous people in the Spanish conquest 500 years ago. Point 6. Apologies and acts of atonement continue. Those wronged demand recognition of wrongdoing. They seek reparatory action. On May 28, 2021, Germany not only apologized to Namibia for its military's past violence which led to the killing of 80,000 Africans between 1904 and 1908, but also declared it to be genocidal, with a pledge of $1.3 billion in aid to Namibians. Point 7. Nevertheless, Javad says that such an approach makes no distinction between those in actual authority responsible for historical crimes and everyone else at the time, even as the clamor for an apology for colonial crimes continues to grow. 100 years after the Amritsar massacre, there was a brief statement in the House of Commons by Britain's Prime Minister Theresa May, who said, "The tragedy of Jallianwala Bagh in 1919 is a shameful scar on British Indian history." As Her Majesty the Queen said before visiting Jallianwala Bagh in 1997, "It is a distressing example of our past history with India." She went on to add that we deeply regret what happened and the suffering caused. I am pleased that today the UK-India relationship is one of collaboration, partnership, prosperity, and security. In the violence of the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, however,
there was the appearance of collusion between Sikh elites at the time and the perpetrators of these crimes. 8 Should that make a difference to whether or not an apology is given? It is noteworthy that at the time the leader of the Labour opposition, Jeremy Corbyn, has nevertheless demanded a full apology. I am very pleased that the Prime Minister mentioned what happened in Jallianwala Bagh and the issues of the massacre at Amritsar 100 years ago. I think the people in memory of those that lost their lives and the brutality of what happened deserve a full, clear, and unequivocal apology for what took place on that occasion. However, as Mark Field, the junior minister in the Foreign Office, told MPs seeking the apology the previous day, the issue is a work in progress. 9 Does this suggest that one may still be forthcoming? 49. A historical adjustment. If there is an apology, what will it achieve? It is a question worth posing because when it comes to the Jallianwala Bagh massacre in 1919, even at the time, Winston Churchill, the Secretary of State for War, denounced General Dyer's actions as an extraordinary event, a monstrous event, an event which stands in singular and sinister isolation. 1 It is debatable whether this was indeed a barbarity of singular and sinister isolation in the history of the British Empire. It appears not. Nevertheless, the value and practical utility of an apology today from a global power that is no longer in the ascendancy but very much in decline is not a matter of insignificance, which can be ignored. It needs to be taken into account in the face of ever more strident calls for an apology, because as Patrick Coburn has argued, future historians may well pick 2019 as a decisive year in the decline of the US and UK as world powers, and that his geopolitical shift comes exactly a century after the Treaty of Versailles, in 1919, when the US and UK were at the peak of their power in determining the fate of nations after the First World War. He points out that like most political retreats, the present one by the US and UK is masked by patriotic bombast about making America great again or launching a post-Brexit global Britain, but the reality will soon be all too clear when the mask eventually falls. For him, the British 2019 general election is the election that will be the point of no return for Britain in the current phase of its decline. He has no doubt that in the pursuit of Brexit as an act of self-destructive folly, what is now inevitable is that the country will be without real allies for the first time for over 200 years. Historians say the last such moment was during some particularly dire moment during the Napoleonic Wars. 2. In these circumstances, what is surely needed is an account of history that puts the empire in its proper historical place, which has been strangely lacking so far. In the words of Professor Edgerton, what's striking about post-war historiography is the lack of imperialist histories and the absence of condemnation for nationalist and anti-imperial forces. And yet, as he explains, putting the empire in its proper historical place is hugely important for understanding the sheer scale of slavery, the racialist nature of the imperial project. 3. This is why at Oxford University there has been a successful movement to remove the statue of the colonialist, Sir Cecil Rhodes, who had once given his name to the apartheid country of Rhodesia in southern Africa. As Dinkariuki has written, the movement, however, has always been about more than a statue. Its demands are about the official, public and permanent acknowledgement of the university's involvement in colonialism and slavery. This would include such things as the immediate renaming of the Codrington Library at All Souls College, the immediate renaming of the Rhodes Scholarship and of Rhodes House. However, it would include also other positive measures such as a reparatory scholarship scheme for Southern Africans of African descent at Oriel, the establishment of a review committee for the decolonization of the curriculum, a commitment to bringing Black British undergraduate student numbers in line with the British population, a commitment to doubling the number of Black faculty, and an anti-racism and implicit bias training for students and staff. 4. So, we can do two things. First, we can start by rejecting the end of empire in India as a story of high politics. The fact is that the empire in India was fundamentally undermined and destabilized from below. Young radicals from across Asia used new technologies of the printing press and global travel to communicate and interact as never before. Witness the example of BHAGAT Singh, Bhagat Singh's uncle, who went to Latin America and from there communicated with Hardale's Ghadar Party in San Francisco in 1918 before meeting with Subhas Chandra Bose in Europe in 1939, as the Second World War raged on. As clandestine networks spanned across the world's imperial metropolises, from London to Paris to the Americas and then to Moscow, an extraordinary world of stowaways, false identities, secret codes, cheap firearms, assassinations, and conspiracies 5 emerged, as Professor Tim Harper's magnificent new book makes clear. The point is, Bhagat Singh was not apart from this furtive world. From false identities to conspiracies to assassinations, he indulged in all these in order to bring down the empire in India. Quite contrary to the traditional accounts of that such as Dr. Pattabhi Sitaramaiah, whose official history of the Congress Party we are all familiar with, it is this history from below that needs to be understood now if an accurate and realistic story of independence is to be told. Second, and not unrelated to this, it is time to acknowledge how changes in our history, brought about by transformative radical movements, have failed to recognize the role played by the anarchist. This is a problem not just in India but in Europe as well. John Quayle, in his Lost History of British Anarchists 6, has explained how the British anarchist movement developed between the years of 1880 to 1930 but has today been largely obscured. He argues for the resurrection of the vibrant stories of these unsung heroes, tumultuous political activities and searing manifestos. Of course, the last 10 years of the period that John Quayle sets out was also the period of Bhagat Singh's blistering manifestos, radical dissent, and withering denunciation of the Raj. For John Quayle, the story of British anarchism is still being written today. For India, it has not even begun. Even the great historical works on India by such British stalwarts as Percival Spear 7, ch. Phillips 8 and Judith Brown 9 are silent about Bhagat Singh. Returning to the increasingly fashionable practice of seeking apologies, what we can say from the perspective presented above is that the practically useful step would be to have changes in school curricula, the teaching of history from below, the mainstreaming of the revolutionary freedom struggle in our narratives and recognition of the role of the anarchist. The potential of such accounts for connecting with and confronting current ideologies of racism, xenophobia, and the intolerance of minorities will otherwise go unappreciated. As it is, Auth Congress and San Parivar vigorously attempt to deny Bhagat Singh's revolutionary ideology and politics, and in the process they try to distort his memory and his legacy. Point 10 This is why a mere apology not followed by a remedial behavioral change back in India is entirely inconsequential and of no use to anyone. When others such as Hardeep Singh have asked shouldn't memorialization and education about the darker aspects of colonialism take precedent, 11 What they are all asking for is a historical adjustment of a past misrepresentation of history. In this sense, a sincere apology may well work because it can work to perform 3 functions, namely, that it will recognize the errors of the past, it will express regret over such errors and it will make it clear that the same error will not be repeated in the future. In this way, it avoids the misapprehension in the future of continuing to treat racially and religiously varied minorities differently. It helps to defeat the legacy of racism that still endures from the past to this day. This is why Anita Anand explains that the way history was and continues to be taught in Britain does a disservice to all. And that the ignorance has been shown into sharp relief by the centenary anniversary of the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, which was to be commemorated in 2019. She is in no doubt that an honest appraisal of colonial history will, however, make all the difference to my children and theirs. Point 12 The young Indian historian, Manu S. Pillai, put it rather well when writing about the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. He argued that a sincere expression of remorse would not only offer closure for relatives of those who suffered Dyer's bullets, but could encapsulate all other acts of injustice sponsored by the Raj. Point 13 Could the same be said in relation to Bhagat Singh's hanging? Ultimately, the deliberate repression of history's most significant events, and what questions they raise today about human existence, is what needs to be overcome. For those who argue that the empire had some upsides as well as downsides, Professor Priya Sesha, in her enticingly titled Times Monsters, has recently disabused them of this notion by explaining, the problem with weighing pros and cons is that it presumes there is a point at which the story is over, the accounts are closed, and we can actually tot up the balance. Such an argument also depends on the premise that empire was a legitimate political form. The difficulty here is that his premise subverts the laborious work of generations who fought to end empire on the grounds that it was illegitimate, the imposition of racist, violent, and extractive form of rule. Professor Sesha makes an important comparison which has never been made in the same manner before, namely, that historical evaluation of racist despotisms in Europe, for instance, fascist regimes, are never written about as legitimate, and yet many write about empire as though it can be evaluated neutrally. Driving her point home, she refers to the absurd irony of how a historian would say, yes, Hitler was horrible to the Jews, but, on the other hand, he built the Autobahn. 14 In this sense, historical adjustment is political. What is needed is political redress, or at least political acknowledgement, but otherwise apologies mean little or nothing. The wrong done to Bhagat Singh and his comrades, in the sense of putting them before a tribunal, the sole purpose of which was to hang them speedily, is arguably one that requires a political adjustment. In fact, if the imperial project was conceived as a civilizing mission against an uncivilized people, as many such as Kim Wagner have argued, then at one level it is surely impossible to ask an apology of someone who did not believe that what he was doing was wrong at all. For such a person, those who refuse to be civilized in this manner, as Bhagat Singh and many others did during the Raj, were met with divine retribution rooted deeply in a fundamentalist Christian tradition. The setting up of a special tribunal was deliberate. It was a way of inflicting such divine retribution on those who stepped out of line. It was eminently visible for all to see and learn from. Its justice was exalted and celebrated by the colonizer. It was not something to be ashamed of. That is why it was not hidden. That is also why trial by special tribunal was not such an anomaly as appears at first sight, but used frequently as a means of dispensing colonial justice. An apology can only be demanded of someone who recognizes what they are doing to be wrong. In this case, there was no such recognition, and indeed, very little of the same in the following decades. In one sense, therefore, it is arguable that it is far more important to remember the verdicts of the past, right and wrong, rather than to try to expunge them. An attempt to expunge is futile, it may well be argued, unless of course there are legal consequences for living people. In Bhagat Singh's case, he has descendants, such as his nephew, Professor Jagmohan Singh 15, who has an interest in seeing Bhagat Singh's legacy fully protected. It may, nevertheless, still be possible to say that it is better to remember Bhagat Singh's trial by special tribunal and the Privy Council's ready acceptance of it for what it is, a system of colonial justice and of coercive colonial legalism that does not even pretend to apply the established common law canons of the rule of law to a trial of young men before it. If this argument has traction, then it does not add anything to Bhagat Singh's historical fame or significance to have his sentence annulled. It is far more important to make Bhagat Singh's ideas better known instead. That is a far more fruitful venture. On the other hand, it is surely equally arguable that if the possibility exists, then there is no reason why one cannot pursue a legal case for a royal pardon from the Queen of England which would set aside Bhagat Singh's conviction and sentence. There is a well-established precedent for this. It comes from the 1993 case of Derek Bentley 16, which established that the prerogative of mercy is no longer an arbitrary monarchical right of grace and favor but a constitutional safeguard against mistakes. In that case, the High Court in England held that we would invite the Home Secretary to look at the matter again and to examine whether it would be just to exercise the prerogative of mercy in such a way as to give full recognition to the now generally accepted view that this young man should have been reprieved. Fears that even a limited form of pardon might lead to a flood of other applications seeking to reopen past convictions was no justification for not doing so just because of the broad scope of the prerogative of mercy, because what needed to be looked at was that the matter is exceptional and requires further consideration. As Lord Justice Watkins explained in that case, it should be possible to devise some formula which would amount to a clear acknowledgement that an injustice was done. The same surely applies in Bhagat Singh's case today. A formula can be devised for all similar miscarriage of justice cases during the days of the empire. It is worth reminding ourselves that Bhagat Singh was hanged by the sentence of a special tribunal constituted under Section 72 of the Government of India Act. But Lord Irwin had failed both to demonstrate the existence of an emergency and that peace and good government of British India was at stake. It was therefore a clear mistake of law. The conferment of a posthumous conditional pardon where a death sentence has already been carried out is arguably today the right remedy, because the grant of such a pardon is a recognition by the state that a mistake was made and that a reprieve should have been granted. This is all the more so given that an application for a reprieve had indeed already been made back then. It was made by D.N. Prit before the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in February 1931, but it was summarily dismissed without being admitted to a full hearing. 17 Referring to the Governor-General, Lord Dunedin had ruled that it was not in any way incumbent on him as a matter of law 18 for Lord Irwin to give reasons for bringing the accused to trial under the ordinance, which is quite simply wrong. It was wrong then, and it is wrong now. 50. The Gandhi-Irwin Pact 1931. The quest to make Bhagat Singh's ideas better known, however, is mired in the enigma of whether his death was preventable. And if so, by whom? A growing body of evidence suggests that Gandhi did not do all he could to save Bhagat Singh from being executed. The late V.N. Dutta, in his book Gandhi and Bhagat Singh, has recounted the raging debate from its earliest days, as he drew attention to each of the protagonists, for and against, the role of Gandhi, in whether he could or could not have saved Bhagat Singh. Taking a nuanced approach, he did not flinch from accepting that Gandhi regarded Singh's mode of militant nationalism, and the extreme left-wing political activity as the most injurious to the cause of Indian independence. 1 However, he was nevertheless clear that Bhagat Singh could not have been saved by Gandhi because the assumption that Gandhi and Irwin were sovereign shapers of events is questionable in that they were working under constraints, which set limits to their actions. 2 He is in no doubt that Gandhi put the maximum pressure on the Viceroy Lord Irwin for the commutation of the death sentence of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. 3 But that tragically it was all to no avail. However, a markedly different view was taken much earlier by G.S. Dayal. When writing in 1969 he suggested that Mahatma Gandhi did not make it a condition of the settlement, though he could have done, because Gandhi himself wrote in his Young India, "I might have made commutation a term of the settlement. It could not be so made. The working committee had agreed with me in not making commutation a condition precedent to truce. I could, therefore, only mention it." Dayal goes on to say, but a leader who could go to the extent of stating to the Viceroy, that if the boys should be hanged, they had better be hanged before the Congress session, not after it, for could hardly be expected to secure commutation of the death sentences of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. 5. One original source which has curiously been all too often overlooked is that of the Indian nationalist Subhas Chandra Bose's The Indian Struggle, which he wrote while in exile in Europe. Described by Sasir Bose and Shugita Bose as a major political study of the movement for independence in which he himself was a leading participant. 6. The book was immediately banned by the Secretary of State for India, Sir Samuel Hoare, on grounds that it tended generally to encourage methods of terrorism and direct action. 7. That did not stop the Manchester Guardian from bestowing upon it an even better accolade when it said of it that his is perhaps the most interesting book which has yet been written by an Indian politician on Indian politics, and that it is as nearly fair to all parties and everyone else can reasonably be expected of an active politician. 8. It is for this reason why what this account has to say of Bhagat Singh is so significant. Bose gives a stirring description of the time in 1929 when in India here was an undercurrent of revolutionary activity together with an unrest in the labor world which extended to every part of the country, as well as an awakening among the middle-class youths which was manifest everywhere. He explains how the visible expression of this was afforded by two incidents which occurred at Lahore and at Delhi, the first being the assassination of the police inspector, Mr. Saunders,
who was believed to be responsible for the attack on Lala Lajpat Rai in 1928, and the second being the throwing of the bomb in the assembly in Delhi by Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt 9, which led to their arrest, detention, and trial by the authorities. This was the time of the Gandhi-Irwin Pact 1931, which was important because it marked the end of the period of civil disobedience, known as Satyagraha, that Gandhi had invoked with the Salt March against British rule during the months of March and April 1930, and which led to his incarceration for illegally making salt. By the end of that year, tens of thousands of his followers were arrested. Under the glare of international publicity, the Viceroy Lord Irwin was keen to find a way out. By January 1931, Gandhi was released from custody. Two men now set about discussing a negotiated settlement of their dispute, in 8 meetings involving 24 hours. Gandhi undertook to relinquish his quest for Satyagraha, and Lord Irwin agreed to release all those who had been imprisoned during the protests. Indians were also to be allowed to make salt for domestic use. Winston Churchill, together with others in the British establishment back in London, was incensed and scandalized. At the nauseating and humiliating spectacle of this one-time Inner Temple lawyer, now seditious fakir, striding half-naked up the steps of the viceroys, there to negotiate and parley on equal terms with the representative of the King Emperor. 10 However, Gandhi saw Satyagraha as a non-violent struggle, with the emphasis being on self-suffering at the hands of an oppressor, thus making it morally impracticable for the oppression to continue indefinitely. However, modern-day criticism, such as from Justice Kaju, is that what this succeeded in doing was diverting the genuine revolutionary independence struggle against the British in India to harmless channels like Satyagraha. 11. As for Subhas Chandra Bose, in a separate chapter on the Gandhi-Irwin Pact and after, 12 he explains how the terms of this pact included on the one hand the suspension by Mahatma Gandhi of the civil disobedience movement and the participation in the deliberations of the forthcoming conference for drafting a constitution for India on the basis of federation, while on the other hand, on the part of the Viceroy of India, it included a concomitant undertaking to release simultaneously all political prisoners incarcerated in connection with the nonviolent movement, as well as to withdraw the emergency ordinances. While it is certainly true that Bhagat Singh was not seen as a prominent exponent of the nonviolent movement, it was equally the case that he was being tried as the most famous revolutionary freedom fighter known in India at the time, under emergency ordinances, namely, the Lahore Ordinance No. 3 of 1930. In the circumstances, therefore, one would have expected Mahatma Gandhi to insist on his release precisely because that release fell within the terms of the Gandhi-Irwin Pact that he had negotiated. Those who claim that the Mahatma could not, as a matter of principle, have insisted that the pact would stand disinured on the part of Lord Irwin if Bhagat Singh was not released fail to recognize that the agreement between Gandhi and Irwin required the withdrawal and consequent nullification of the emergency ordinances. If Gandhi did try to intervene on behalf of Bhagat Singh, but not determinately enough so as to actually insist on his release, then that made all the difference between securing his freedom from the gallows and seeing him hang. When Bose and Gandhi arrived in New Delhi from Bombay, Bose proceeds to describe how we received a bombshell in the shape of news, to the effect that the government had decided to execute Sardar Bhagat Singh and 2 of his comrades in the Lahore conspiracy case. In the circumstances, therefore, pressure was brought to bear upon the Mahatma to try to save the lives of these young men, and it must be admitted that he did try his very best. Bose then goes on to say, I ventured the suggestion that he should, if necessary, break with the Viceroy on the question, because the execution was against the spirit, if not the letter, of the Delhi Pact. Bose had good reason to take this line, because as he recollected, I was reminded of the similar incident during the armistice between the Sinn Féin party and the British government, when the strong attitude adopted by the former, had secured the release of Irish political prisoners sentenced to the gallows. However, the fact that Bose then adds the proviso that the Mahatma did not want to identify himself with the revolutionary business, only serves to confirm that the Mahatma did not in fact wish to go any further than he had already done.
This casts doubt on Bose's own earlier statement that the Mahatma did try his very best, which plainly he did not if Gandhi was not prepared to break with the Viceroy on the question of those sentenced to the gallows as Bose had exhorted him to. Indeed, Bose was clear that the Mahatma would not go so far, and naturally that made a great difference when the Viceroy realized that the Mahatma would not break on that question. 13. This is the clearest evidence from Bose about what the Mahatma did and did not do. It was the deliberate failure of the Mahatma to push his point home that prevented the lives of these young men from being saved. The Mahatma could have saved them in a way that only he knew, given the power that he wielded at the time. He chose not to do so. That was his decision. It was a deliberate decision. And the reason for this was that he wished to have nothing to do with the revolutionary business. 51. If the boys are to be hanged. The suggestion that Gandhi wished to dissociate himself from the revolutionary business in a way that it made a great difference to the Viceroy has been much overlooked by those who say that Gandhi spared no effort. The fact that the Viceroy realized that the Mahatma would not break on that question is the most compelling indication of Gandhi not doing enough to save Bhagat Singh. This was at precisely the moment when he could have done so. Gandhi well knew that the Viceroy himself did not wish the accord to break. So why did he not dig his heels in? Was he complicit in the Viceroy's decision? If so, that is a grave allegation to make. Nevertheless, the enormity of the Mahatma's act of omission is all the more glaring considering, as Bose recalls, that by the time the Congress was to meet at Karachi on March 26, 1931, the general expectation was that the execution would be cancelled. This is why it was therefore a most painful and unexpected surprise when on March 24, while we were on our way to Karachi from Calcutta, the news was received that Sardar Bhagat Singh and his comrades had been hanged the night before. 1. Clearly horrified, he recounts how it is impossible to understand the poignant grief which stirred the country from one end to the other. This is because by now, how or other, Bhagat Singh had become the symbol of the new awakening among the youth, so that when the Mahatma alighted near Karachi, there was a hostile demonstration, and several young men received him with black flowers and black garments. The feeling among a considerable section of the youths was that the Mahatma had betrayed the cause of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. 2. Did the Mahatma then really betray the cause of Bhagat Singh? Did his pusillanimous approach to saving him actually contribute in the end to Bhagat Singh's death at the hands of Lord Irwin? One needs only look at two specific pieces of evidence. First, after the Governor-General in Council had rejected the petition of mercy for Bhagat Singh, Home Secretary, H.W. Emerson met with Mahatma Gandhi on March 19, 1931. A recent commentary by Utpal, a diplomat who served as the first secretary in the Indian Embassy in Addis Ababa, is revealing. 3. Ike takes the view that with the execution now more likely than not, what we learn from Emerson's minutes of that meeting, as reproduced in volume XLV of the collected works of Mahatma Gandhi 4, is that he told Gandhi that the question as to whether it should take place before or after the Karachi Congress had been very seriously considered by government, who realized the difficulties of either course. This, according to Emerson's note, would have been unfair to the condemned persons to postpone execution, but curiously also not fair to Gandhi. What is startling about this account, however, is that Emerson records of Gandhi, he agreed that of the two alternatives it is better not to wait, but he suggested, though not seriously, that the third course of commutation of the sentence would have been better still. He did not seem to me to be particularly concerned about the matter. Why, on a matter as serious as saving the life of Bhagat Singh, is Emerson suggesting here that Gandhi was not serious about the commutation of the sentence of death on Bhagat Singh and his comrades? And, why does Emerson record that Gandhi was not particularly concerned about this issue? In fact, it does not end there, because Emerson then goes on to say of Gandhi in the same breath, I asked him to do all that he could to prevent meetings being held in Delhi. He promised to do what he could. 5. Why is Gandhi agreeing in the aftermath of Bhagat Singh's execution to actively assist Emerson in the maintenance of law and order? If what Emerson writes is correct, then this is truly extraordinary, because it shows the Mahatma being in active discussions with Irwin about how Bhagat Singh should be executed. This is a grave charge, which is why it must be pointed out that Gandhi's own version of his personal meeting with Emerson is not reproduced in the CWMG regarding the meeting with the Viceroy on March 19, 1931. But Utpalaik has argued that since the versions of the Viceroy are in English and duly validated by his initials at the end of the texts, these appear to be more authentic. 6. Utpalaik may well not be wrong because less than 2 weeks earlier, on March 7, 1931, Gandhi addressed a public meeting in New Delhi. 7 What he said here makes it abundantly clear that he had already given up on Bhagat Singh because he did not agree with his ways. If you pin your faith to violence, take it from me that you will not only not secure Bhagat Singh's release but will have to sacrifice thousands of Bhagat Singhs. I was not prepared to do so, and hence I preferred the way of peace, of non-violence. 8 On March 19, Gandhi had an interview with the Viceroy on his return from Bombay on the matter of India's financial credit and stability. We learn that he says of the Viceroy that his general attitude was friendly and that at the end of the meeting as he was leaving, he asked if he might mention the case of Bhagat Singh, saying that he had seen in the press the intimation of his execution for March 24. His concern, however, was that his was an unfortunate day, as it coincided with the arrival of the new president of the Congress at Karachi and there would be much popular excitement. The Viceroy assured him, saying, I told him I had considered the case with most anxious care, but could find no grounds on which I could justify to my conscience commuting the sentence. As to the date, I had considered the possibility of postponement till after the Congress, but had deliberately rejected it on various grounds. He appeared to appreciate the force of these arguments, and said no more. 9. And 2 days before Bhagat Singh was hanged, Gandhi in his interview to the press on March 21, 1931, when asked, do you entertain any hope that Bhagat Singh may be saved at the last minute, answered that yes, but it is a very distant hope. 10. Second, we have the damning statement of Dr. Pattabhi Sitaramaiah. A gifted polymath, he was the official historian of the Congress Party. He was also Gandhi's protege and was nominated by him as President of Congress in 1939. He was nominated over Subhas Chandra Bose. When Bose was nevertheless elected President of the Congress Party for the second consecutive term in 1939, Gandhi bewailed Pattabhi's defeat is my defeat. So Pattabhi Sitaramaiah can hardly have been anything other than sympathetic to Gandhism. What Sitaramaiah has to say about Gandhi's actions over Bhagat Singh's death sentence is revealing, for he explains in his The History of the Indian National Congress, the Karachi session was to meet in the last week of March, but Gandhi himself definitely stated to the Viceroy that if the boys are to be hanged, they had better be hanged before the Congress, than after. Definitely stated. Why the desire for such certainty over Bhagat Singh's death? The reason for this, as he makes clear, is that the position of affairs in the country would be clear. There would be no false hopes lingering in the breasts of the people. Chillingly, it is then also added that the Gandhi-Irwin pact would stand or fall on its own merits at the Congress, and on the added fact that the 3 boys had been hanged. 11 Shockingly, the hanging of the 3 condemned men was to be turned to Congress's advantage. It is in these circumstances that Bhagat Singh ended up being hanged on the night of 23 March 1931. This was not by accident. Although the opening day of the Karachi Congress was on March 26, the stalwarts of the Congress Party were all to be in Karachi on March 24. Not only were Gandhi and Bose to take the train across the 1,000-mile breadth of India from Calcutta to arrive in Karachi on March 24, but Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the newly elected president of the Indian National Congress Party, was also to arrive on the same day. Amid the pomp and fanfare of the day, the one distraction that the leadership did not want was to have to deal with Bhagat Singh's hanging. Gandhi would move heaven and earth to prevent this. This is why a telegram was sent on March 18, 1931 by the Home Secretary of Punjab, H.W. Emerson, to the Delhi government, 5 days before, confirming that the hanging will be brought forward by 11 hours contrary to protocol and take place in Lahore jail at 7 p.m. at night instead. No wonder that upon his arrival in Karachi, Gandhi was met by several angry young men. The ruse had fooled no one. Ordinarily, the arriving entourage would have been received with brightly colored flowers of all shades and varieties. Instead, the angry men chose to present him with black clothes and black flowers. This is the ultimate mark of disgrace and disrespect for a man otherwise known as the Mahatma. Gandhi's ignominy in Karachi at the hands of these several young men is an event that stands in stark contrast to how Bose described him immediately after the pact when, from the ovation he received everywhere, it was quite apparent that his popularity had reached the high water mark. It had surpassed even the record of 1921, when after the departure of Jinnah in 1920 from the Congress Party, he had reorganized the party's constitution around the principle of Swaraj or complete political independence from the British, and become its leader. He was the Mahatma because, as Bose explained, the spiritual man has always wielded the largest influence in India, and he is called a Sant or Mahatma or Sadhu. For various reasons, Gandhiji came to be looked upon by the mass of the people as a Mahatma before he became the undisputed political leader of India. At the Nagpur Congress in December 1920, Mr. M.A. Jinnah, who was till then a nationalist leader, addressed him as M.R. Gandhi, and he was shouted down by thousands of people who insisted that he should address him as Mahatma Gandhi. 14. The fact that several young men could now purport to bestow black clothes and flowers upon him, and so soon after the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, especially just before the Karachi Congress of 1931, was to take place, shows that there had been serious failings on the part of the Mahatma in his dealings with Viscount Irwin in relation to Bhagat Singh. These failings are nowhere more vividly recognized than in Bose's book The Indian Struggle, which refers to a lack of diplomacy as being also responsible for the implementation of the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. This is clear from how, on the demand for an inquiry into the police atrocities, the Mahatma had been informed that if he stuck to it till the breaking point, the government would yield, and yet he voluntarily gave up the demand on an appeal from the Viceroy. 15. This is so difficult to believe so as to be almost incomprehensible. Mahatma Gandhi was an equal partner in negotiations with Lord Irwin. Police atrocities were one of 3 items specifically enumerated as requiring Viscount Irwin's investigation. Yet the Mahatma gave up on it. As Bose goes on to lament, with better bargaining, even in March 1931, one could have expected more from the government, because they were really anxious for the settlement. If the government were really that anxious, why did the Mahatma not drive the point home? Bose has an answer which places the blame squarely on the Mahatma. He explains that men with fixed ideas are not well qualified for political bargaining, and that, so far as the Mahatma is concerned, he alternates between obstinacy and leniency, and moreover, he is too susceptible to personal appeals, and with such habits of mind, it is difficult to get the better of one's opponent in political bargaining. 16. That is quite a damning indictment of the Mahatma's failure to deploy his much vaunted political skills in the case of Bhagat Singh. If this is right, at the very least, Gandhi gave up on saving Bhagat Singh because Irwin impressed upon him that this is what he should do in a personal appeal. This is clear from Gandhi's declaration, "If the boys are to be hanged, let them be hanged before the Karachi Congresses," which is exactly what came to pass on the night of March 23, 1931. It is unsurprising, therefore, that others have argued that in the final analysis Gandhi actually made no effort at all to save the life of Bhagat Singh and his 2 condemned comrades. Mr. Makhande Kaju is a former judge, spending much of his time presently in Southern California in comfortable retirement. He served as Chief Justice of both the Allahabad High Court and the Delhi High Court, before being elevated to the Supreme Court of India in 2006, where he remained for the next 5 years. He hails from an illustrious lineage of Hindu pundits. The Kajus lived in the enclosure of the ancient Kathleshwar temple, from which they derive their name, and from where for generations they had served the Nawabs of Jaira. In more modern times, Mr. Markande's grandfather was Dr. Kailas Nath Kaju. He became the Union Home and Law Minister under Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, who was also another Kashmiri Pundit. It was his great-grandfather, Mansaram Kaju, who had in fact some 200 years ago left the valley of Kashmir to seek his fortunes elsewhere in India. One can therefore presume that Mr. Mekande Kaja speaks with some authority when he states, "When the British sentenced Bhagat Singh to death, Gandhi made no effort to save his life. He never wrote any letter to the British Viceroy to commute his sentence, nor did he issue any public appeal for this purpose, and he never went to meet Bhagat Singh in jail when the latter was on hunger strike. 17. The same criticism cannot be made of India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. As Irfan Habib notes, many in Congress privately approved of the assembly bomb explosion in April 1929, and Gandhi was all too aware of this, as is clear from the actions of none other than Nehru. As Habib states, Jawaharlal informed the Viceroy that it is absurd to talk of unqualified condemnation of the young men who did it. In fact, Nehru ridiculed the ruler's attempt to connect the bombs with Moscow, saying that for them everything they do not like comes from Moscow. 18 Nehru had gone so far as to publish the statements of Bhagat Singh entered in the Congress Bulletin, for which he was duly reprimanded by the Mahatma, after which, apologizing, Nehru wrote to Gandhi, "I am sorry you disapproved my giving Bhagat Singh entered statement in the Congress Bulletin, but the fact was, as is clear from the selected works of Jawaharlal Nehru, he felt that he was compelled to publish the statement because there was very general appreciation of it among Congress circles." 19. Others such as Subhas Chandra Bose also saw the Lahore Assembly bomb explosion as a visible expression of the revolutionary movement, such that it excited not only the public interest but public sympathy. 20 The inescapable fact, therefore, is that given its lofty embrace of martyrdom, the second Lahore conspiracy case of 1929-30 occupied a place of pride in the liberation movement, in the words of Irfan Habib, because the principal accused were revolutionaries who chose death in order to propagate their ideology and program. 21 Even though no one was killed and, indeed, there was no intention to kill, the impact of the assembly bomb blast of April 1929 was, as Habib has put it, such that it rocked the foundations of the imperialist government. But the difference with the Gandhian approach was clear from the outset, in that immediately Gandhi's reaction was a bitter denunciation: the bomb throwers have discredited the cause of freedom, and that congressmen should not give, even in secret, any approval to the deed. 22 The mad worship of Bhagat Singh had led to Gundaism and degradation. 23 Habib therefore refers to the Mahatma's unqualified hostility towards the revolutionaries. 24. 52. A clean fighter. Nehru did not hesitate to recognize that Bhagat Singh became a symbol of the honor of the nation, and how a myriad songs grew about him after he avenged the death of Lala Lajpat Rai. 1 Indeed, 3 days after he was hanged, Pattabhi Sitaramaiah, a high-ranking Congress leader and staunch Gandhi supporter, observed, "It is no exaggeration to say that at the moment Bhagat Singh's name was as widely known all over India and was as popular as Gandhi's too. This was a concession he could hardly not have made, given that upon Gandhi's arrival at the Karachi session on March 25, 1931, he was openly insulted and faced the humiliation of having black flags waved in his face, with demonstrating youths chanting 'Down with Gandhi.' 3 Subhas Chandra Bose noted how, overnight, Bhagat Singh had become the symbol of the new awakening among the youths. For what distinguished him, over and above everyone else, even in the violence that he had used, was, as Nehru acknowledged, he was a clean fighter who faced his enemy in the open field. He was like a spark which became a flame in a short time and spread from one end of the country to the other, dispelling the prevailing darkness everywhere. 5. If Bhagat Singh was a spark, then his kind of spark was sorely needed in the India of the time, because, as Professor Pritam Singh has pointed out, in the late 1920s and early 1930s, there were two serious ideological contenders for leadership of India's national movement, and that of these one was Gandhism and the other was what may fairly be termed Bhagat Singhism. Yet, Gandhism and Bhagat Singhism should not be reduced to the polarity of nonviolence vs violence, because it is important to be aware that Gandhism was a perspective of minimal socio-economic transformation as a replacement of British imperial rule, and that as such it was focused on transfer of political power. Pritam Singh continues, there is ample historical evidence to show that Gandhi was even willing to accept a subordinate dominion status for India under the broad structure of imperial rule. This is a perspective to which Justice Markandeya Kajwa has recently added his voice. Gandhi was opposed in this by Subhas Chandra Bose from within the Congress party itself, and as Pritam Singh observes, he was opposed in muted voices even from Nehru, but it is nevertheless Gandhism that has prevailed and become the popular narrative of the Indian independence movement to the exclusion of all else. The reason for Gandhi's compromising stance towards British imperialism was the serious involvement of the top layers of India's capitalist class in the influencing of, if not making of, the Gandhian and Congress perspective. These major Indian industrialists, who formed the backbone of the Indian economy, had curried much favour during the years of the British Raj and did not wish to see the goose that laid the golden egg for them put so peremptorily to death. If there were reasons for Gandhi's moderation, they were entirely practical and self-serving and not noble, as the popular image of the salt marches and ahimsa have come to denote over the last 100 years. This is echoed by the noted Bhagat Singh specialist, Chaman Lal, who has referred to the moral indictment of Gandhian principles when alluding to the national bourgeoisie interests involved, so that very one knows that Gandhi was very close to business magnate, G.D. Birla, and that much of the funds for the Congress party came from business houses. 6. Chaman Lal even goes further, however. Lord Irwin's biography itself, he points out, shows him in the following position. Irwin says that during their discussion of the Bhagat Singh issue, Gandhi had asked him if he would mind if he publicly claimed that he put a lot of pressure on the Viceroy on this issue. Irwin had replied that he wouldn't mind that. So the best efforts made by Gandhi to save the lives of Bhagat Singh and his comrades, were planned with full knowledge of the British administration. 7. And yet Gandhi had undoubted virtues which enabled him to attract the accolade of a Mahatma. What these were have withstood the test of time. Pritam Singh, however, has explained, Gandhi's strength was his unflinching, even arrogant, commitment to nonviolence and what he considered to be truth. On the other hand, Gandhi's weakness was his utter lack of understanding of the process of global capital accumulation and imperialism and the insertion of India into the global capitalist framework. 8. Gandhi was mercilessly ridiculed for his beliefs by socialists such as Yusuf Meherali, who was unequivocal in his assertion, "We do not believe in the change of heart theory," to which Mahatmaji attaches so much importance. This was because, our mind, imperialism has no heart to change, it has only pockets to fill. 9. Gandhi may have displayed his genius in understanding Hinduism, the religion of the majority of India's population, when coining the phrase Ramrajya, but in so doing he distanced himself from and isolated the Muslim population of India, thus paving the way to the eventual creation of Pakistan. He was even less charitable to the Sikhs of India, such that, as Pritam Singh observes, he never had any influence, whatsoever, amongst the Sikhs after his arrogant characterization of Guru Gobind Singh as a misguided leader, and it is also doubtful if he had any serious influence amongst the Christians. Gandhi's view of Guru Gobind Singh stands in stark contrast to that of Rabindranath Tagore, a man of letters and the first Indian to be awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature for his compilation Gitanjali, who was knighted by the British in 1915 but only for him to later renounce the accolade bestowed upon him after the Jallianwala Bagh massacre in 1919. He wrote of Guru Gobind's moments of joy and sorrow, of his triumphs and empathy, with considerable empathy. In Burguru, his first work, written when he was in his 20s, Tagore wrote that the Guru fought for oppressed humanity and laid down his life in order to bring an end to Mughal authority in Punjab. When Tagore was later disillusioned with what he called the degrading mendicancy policy of the Indian National Congress of the 1880s, he wrote Guru Gobinda, where he made no secret of his admiration of Guru Gobind Singh, and in Nishpal Upar, he noted the Guru's contempt for wealth and projected him as his ideal Indian leader. Indeed, he was not alone. A host of Bengalis, living 1,000 miles away from Punjab, had written in praise of Guru Gobind Singh, admiring the spirit of martyrdom and of self-sacrifice of the Sikhs. Bengali monographs like Sikhar Balidan, Sikhi Itihas and Sikhar Jagaran provided an added stimulus to India's fight for freedom, so that many of these works were rigorously suppressed by the British for their avowed appeal to the militant nationalists of Bengal. Sikhar Athmadi, for example, was so effectively proscribed by the colonial government that not a single copy of it can be found in any leading library in India. 10. Unlike Gandhi, who alienated not only the Muslims of India but also the Sikhs, Bhagat Singh made no such mistake when it came to the various communities of India. He and his colleagues in the HSRA understood the imperatives of the world capitalist economy, and this is what gave him his popular appeal. Where they were vulnerable was in their weaker organizational structure compared to what Gandhi had achieved in the Congress Party. Nevertheless, their mass popularity meant that they could cut across caste, creed, race, and religion so that they were popular no less with Muslims and Sikhs as they were with the majority Hindu population, and this was their distinctive and underappreciated strength. Their political radicalism was born out of an acute understanding of the class structure of colonialism, which they had dissected by way of a non-religious and analytical discourse. As such, unlike the Congress Party, they had no wish to see the substitution of a foreign imperialist capitalist class by an indigenous Indian capitalist class. On the contrary, what they envisioned was the advent of the rule of labor over what had previously been the rule of capital. 11. It was underpinned by the fact that unlike the revolutionary zeal of the communists of India, Bhagat Singh's radicalism had the advantage over other left-wing movements of being homegrown and anchored in the Indian psyche. What the 1931 hanging of Bhagat Singh deprived an emerging India of, as Pritam Singh reminds us, was a serious contest between the Gandhi-led Congress vision and the Bhagat Singh-led socialist vision as India embarked upon a determined quest for independence. With the idea of a post-independent India still undetermined, undefined, and unimagined, Bhagat Singh posed a powerful challenge to a pro-capitalist vision of a Gandhi-led Congress party, as he positioned himself within a solid Indian socialist tradition that posed a simple bipolar choice for the people of India between Gandhian post-imperial capitalism and Bhagat Singh's independent Indian socialism. This should be contrasted with what became under Gandhi a contest between the Congress Party and the Muslim League, or between the Hindus and Muslims, which not only led to the formation of a Muslim-dominated Pakistan in 1947, but which also sowed the seeds of discontent within a Hindu-dominated India, with such tensions continuing with increasing ferocity to this day. Pritam Singh maintains that it is entirely possible that had Bhagat Singh lived there would have been a large-scale migration of the Congress cadre to the fold of the Bhagat Singh-led radical alternative, but unfortunately that possibility died with the hanging of Bhagat Singh. He maintains what many even today will simply not admit: Gandhi and the colonial authorities understood the critical historical importance of Bhagat Singh. This meant that Gandhi did not protest against the decision of the colonial authorities to hang Bhagat Singh, and that this decision of Gandhi was not simply the result of the moralist/pacifist Gandhi not endorsing violence because by allowing hanging he was endorsing another kind of violence. It was the result of an extremely sharp tactician and strategist Gandhi realizing that if Bhagat Singh survived, that would sound the death knell of his political leadership of India's independence movement. In fact, Bhagat Singh was the only one who stood to threaten Gandhi's hegemony on the political landscape. Gandhi knew that, and if Gandhi, who was not averse to going on a hunger strike, had done the same for Bhagat Singh, it is inconceivable that Lord Irwin, at the time of the three Round Table conferences between 1930 and 1932, would not have released him. That is quite a bold claim to make, but it has increasingly now been echoed by others. As for the British government, the choice was no less clear in whether Bhagat Singh should live or die because, or the colonial authorities, the survival of Bhagat Singh could have meant facing a revolutionary movement against them in competition with the ever-compromising Gandhi-led Congress movement. Professor Pritam Singh has been uncompromising in his denunciation, as has Justice Markandeya Kajua of late, that he Indian National Congress and the Indian state know and understand that Gandhi and the Congress Party were deeply implicated in the colonial hanging of Bhagat Singh, and that is the reason, according to Pritam Singh, why it is the case that while 1857 and 1947 anniversaries continue to be commemorated, the 100th birth anniversary of Bhagat Singh will remain an embarrassing and, therefore, a marginal affair for the Congress-led Indian government. After all, the political economy of the current Indian nation-state necessitates this stance. 12 In short, as Pritam Singh has more recently argued, whereas the Gandhian path was focused only on the transfer of political power, Bhagat Singh's vision was to transform independent India into a socialist and an egalitarian society. And herein lay the problem. Point 13. Criticism of Gandhi from other sources also abounds. In what he describes as his most sensitive chapter of the volume, M.M. Juneja in his biography of Bhagat Singh also examines Gandhi's attitude. 14 to the release of Bhagat Singh. Juneja's focus is on the week after the rejection by the Privy Council of Bhagat Singh's petition against the penalty of death by hanging. This is when on February 17, 1931 there were negotiations between Viceroy Lord Irwin and Mahatma Gandhi over the release of political prisoners who had taken part in Gandhi's non-cooperation movement. Gandhi found time on the afternoon of February 18, 1931 to raise the question of Bhagat Singh, who was not one of the political prisoners in Gandhi's movement. The Viceroy made a detailed written note of what transpired between the two of them. What we learn of Gandhi is that he did not plead for commutation, although he would, being opposed to all taking of life, take that course himself. However, what the Viceroy does say of Gandhi is that given that he thought it would have an influence for peace, for this reason he did ask for postponement. Point 15. Juneja points out that Gandhi's own version, which is available from an extract of Mahadev Desai's diary, does not conflict with that of the Viceroy. In fact, what transpires is that Gandhi had no wish to prioritize the issue of Bhagat Singh's death sentence over other more pressing matters, because the meetings of 17 to 18 February 1931 between Gandhi and Viceroy Irwin were about the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. This led to the agreement between the two of them on March 5, 1931, marking the end of the civil disobedience movement in India. Under this agreement Irwin agreed to release those who had been imprisoned for taking part in the Salt March and to allow Indians to make salt for domestic use. At best Gandhi took a disinterested view on Bhagat Singh. He himself records how with respect to Bhagat Singh he told Irwin that his has no connection with our discussion, and it may even be inappropriate on my part to mention. One is bound to ask why, if Gandhi was so concerned to ensure the release of all those political prisoners who at his behest had taken part in the Salt March, he was not also at pains to seek the immediate release of one such as Bhagat Singh. After all, Gandhi managed to secure the freedom of no less than some 90,000 detainees. Yet, his words to Irwin clearly suggest that he was in cahoots with the Viceroy. Outwardly, he would give the favorable appearance of doing something. Behind the scenes he was engaged in a discreditable design with Irwin to let the matter of Bhagat Singh lie exactly where it was. Nothing brings this home more clearly than Gandhi's own words to Irwin. He has no doubt that it would be inappropriate to bring the issue of Bhagat Singh up at this time. On the other hand, does the statement if you want to make the present atmosphere more favorable, you should suspend Bhagat Singh's execution make the present atmosphere more favorable? Is that what it was all about? Creating a favorable atmosphere rather than saving the life of a condemned man? We learn that unsurprisingly he Viceroy liked this very much, and Irwin even said, "I am grateful to you that you have put this thing before me in this manner." Commutation of sentence is a difficult thing, but suspension is certainly worth considering. The two of them were clearly patting each other on the back. Together they were working through a process of helping each other out from their respective predicaments. In the process they stitched up Bhagat Singh. So long as they could create the impression that they had done all that they could, that was all that mattered. The truth is that at no stage did Mahatma Gandhi insist that the need of the hour was the release of Bhagat Singh. The political agreement in the Gandhi-Irwin Pact was reached on March 5, 1931. Bhagat Singh went to the gallows 18 days later on March 23, 1931. At no stage did Gandhi say to Irwin that a price for the agreement reached at that time was not the suspension, but the commutation of the sentence of death passed on the three young men in the Lahore conspiracy case. Yet, Gandhi happily went on thereafter to participate in the second Round Table Conference, which started 6 months later in London on September 7, 1931. If the Mahatma in the Gandhi-Irwin Pact was able to ask for the release of tens of thousands of prisoners who had been involved in the non-cooperation movement, He could also have asked for the release of Bhagat Singh on death row. That he did not venture to do so is a damning indictment of the Mahatma. To this day, there are people who hold him singularly responsible. In fact, if truth be told, Gandhi's efforts on behalf of Bhagat Singh were next to nothing. His efforts serve only to show his cynicism. We know this because while speaking about Bhagat Singh to Irwin, he needlessly condemns him with the words, "He is undoubtedly a brave man, but I would certainly say that he is not in his right mind." 16. Why would anyone want to save a person who is not in his right mind? In fact, anyone with a scintilla of knowledge of what Bhagat Singh believed in and stood for in his life in revolution would not use these words while asking for clemency from the viceroy. Still less would he have described him as such to the viceroy, because to do so was to show him as being less than human and to diminish his humanity. To crown it all, Gandhi then told the viceroy, "I am putting this matter before you as a humanitarian issue, in order that there may not be unnecessary turmoil in the country. I would not take it ill even if you do not give any reply to this issue." 17. Is that how one pleads for a person's life? That one would not take it remiss even if despite one's earnest entreaties and supplication Irwin need give no consideration to the issue at all? And this, at exactly the time that Gandhi was negotiating with Irwin in the matter of calling off the civil disobedience movement. Take it or leave it is what Gandhi was suggesting to Irwin. He was doing so in a perfunctory and half-hearted manner. The technique was designed to backfire. It was calculated not to work, for otherwise there was no need for Gandhi to have expressed himself in this way. And backfire it did. The only difficulty for Gandhi lay in the date of March 24, 1931, which was the day that Gandhi and Bose would arrive on a train from Calcutta to Karachi. Karachi Congress on March 26, where the Gandhi-Irwin Pact was up for ratification. So he spoke again about Bhagat Singh. The meeting is recounted by Irwin. The viceroy refers to Gandhi and records how following a discussion on the pact on March 19, 1931, as he was leaving, he asked if he might mention the case of Bhagat Singh again. Gandhi had learned from the press that March 24 was the planned date of execution. However, his was an unfortunate day as it coincided with the arrival of the new president of the Congress at Karachi and there would be much popular excitement. 18. If this is right, then Gandhi's only concern throughout seems to have been, not whether the young men were spared but when they should be hanged, and if they were hanged at the time of the Karachi Congress session that would take the limelight off the session. For Gandhi, it was politically convenient if the death sentence was carried out before the Karachi Congress session. And so it was. Small wonder that Irwin then saw no need to commute Bhagat Singh's death sentence. Small wonder that within a week of this meeting Irwin promptly proceeded with the execution on the night of March 23, 1931 before the President of Congress arrived in Karachi on March 24. Tantalizingly, at the 11th hour, Gandhi realized that he was still not off the hook as far as public opinion would be concerned. History would judge him harshly for his ambivalence. Contemporary India too would damn him. He had to now ask for commutation directly, even if the hour was late. So Gandhi wrote a final bizarre letter on the day of the execution on March 23, 1931 to the Viceroy. In this he asked if there is any room left for reconsideration because popular opinion rightly or wrongly demands commutation. The letter is bizarre not only because it came far too late after his vacillations over the issue on February 18 and March 19, 1931, when he ended the discussion saying that he would leave the matter entirely in Irwin's hands to decide as he would. It is bizarre also because while he reminds the Viceroy for the first time how political murders have been condoned before now and can be condoned now, he nevertheless does not make a complete uncompromising demand for release of the condemned in the Lahore conspiracy case. It is no good for anyone to say that Irwin would have remained unmoved at this late hour. How can we know? We cannot know that without a firm demand first for release being made. There was no solid demand. And yet, the expectation of the people of India during the prolonged negotiations with the British for the release of political prisoners was precisely that he be seen to at least be making a robust and unflinching demand of the Viceroy of India that the Lahore conspirators also be released. If those languishing as political prisoners in India's jails could be released on Gandhi's demand, this was all the more reason that those condemned to die as political prisoners on the gallows should also be released on Gandhi's demand. That was the expectation of the people. It did not happen. What we have is a muffled and muddled request from the Mahatma. The reason is that it was public opinion that the Mahatma was worried about. He was not making his own heartfelt demand of the Viceroy. He was not imposing his own personal condition and saying that any agreement with Irwin will have to be subject to that condition. And Irwin knew that. Consequently, the Mahatma ended up taking the bite out of his request to Irwin. He made the request conditional. The condition was one over which the Mahatma himself had no control. He asked for a suspension of sentence pending cessation of revolutionary murders. 19 How could Gandhi guarantee to Irwin that those whom he dismissed as deluded patriots would stop the revolutionary struggle? If he could not, then what assurance did Irwin have from the young revolutionaries themselves that there would be an immediate cessation of revolutionary murders? He had none. So how could Irwin proceed to suspend the sentence on a promise which was without foundation and stood unsubstantiated? He could not. To be effective, Gandhi had to ask not for a suspension of sentence but an outright commutation as he had done in the other cases of prisoner release. This he did not do. In the end Gandhi did not escape the harsh judgment of Providence. While many have praised his efforts, many others have not. Juneja writes, Gandhi alone could have intervened effectively to save Bhagat Singh's life. He did not, till the very last. In fact, he is clear that Gandhi was not candid on saving Bhagat Singh's life. 20 If this is so, then it is hardly surprising because Gandhi himself mockingly wrote that, I want the greater bravery of the meek, the gentle and the non-violent, the bravery that will mount the gallows without injuring, or harboring any thoughts of injury to a single soul. 21 This is so unrealistic that it is ludicrous. Why on earth would anyone have to mount the gallows if they had not even harbored so much as a thought of injuring a soul? The Mahatma in his sanctimoniousness does not deign to explain. This is Indian mysticism pure and simple which bears no relevance to the reality on the ground where people hang from the gallows for the injury they have caused. No one in the real world hangs for the sin of non-injury to a single soul. Gurudev Singh Diyal had little doubt that Gandhi had no expectation of commutation of death, and did not want one, if what he had said to Irwin was that the boys could be hanged before the Karachi session but not after it. 22 After the boys were indeed hanged, Gandhi released a statement in the Tribune the next day on March 24, 1931. He described Bhagat Singh as if he was a person of only transient and fleeting memory unknown to him, someone quite distant from his own life as a crusader for India's freedom. Gandhi's words were that, here never has been, within living memory, so much romance round any life as has surrounded that of Bhagat Singh, even as he struggled to remember how. I must have seen him as a student while at Lahore many times, but that I cannot recall Bhagat Singh's features. Such was his fading recollection of him even as the young Bhagat Singh had bravely mounted the gallows with Sukhdev and Rajguru. He could not have known him very well if it was the case only that during the past month, it was a privilege to listen to the story of Bhagat Singh's patriotism, his courage and his deep love for Indian humanity. 23 And yet, Gandhi still could not resist the opportunity of a jibe at his erstwhile rival on grounds that he misused his extraordinary courage. 24 The truth is that it was not Bhagat Singh who misused his courage but Gandhi who did not use his courage to save Bhagat Singh. Gandhi was not slow to acknowledge, however, how he stood to benefit from what he described as Irwin's grave blunder. Bhagat Singh's death, he declared, has increased our power for winning the freedom for which Bhagat Singh and his comrades have died. 25. Part 11. Restitution. Tumhari yad ke jabziye, hum barn lagti hein. Ji shi bahana tum hein yad karn lagti hein. Tormented by the pain of your memories as I am. The pain is a cause to remember you by. Faiz Ahmed Faiz. 53. Prayaschit. Given Mahatma Gandhi's joint culpability with Lord Irwin in the death of Bhagat Singh, What India needs today more than a mere apology is a psychic process of decolonization, similar to what the Germans have undergone in the denazification of their past. It is for this reason that an apology on its own would serve no purpose unless also accompanied by such a process. This is manifest from how in 2019 the German president asked the Poles to forgive Germany for the Second World War at an event in Warsaw to mark the 80th anniversary of the Nazi attack on Poland, a country which suffered the most war-related deaths per capita of any country. Some 17% of the nation's population was wiped out when 6 million Poles, half of whom were Jews, were killed. In the face of the Polish Prime Minister's clamor for an enhanced apology, the German president was disarmingly apologetic. I bow before the victims of the attack. I bow before the Polish victims of German tyranny. And I ask your forgiveness, he pleaded. He then continued, with the words, we want to, and we will, remember. And we will bear the responsibility that our history imposes on us. 1. There is a lesson to be learned here. Germany is able to do this because it has committed itself to making amends for the wrongs and injuries that it committed during the Second World War. It even has a specific term for it. The word, Vergangenheitsbewältigung, implies a struggle to overcome the past or working through the past. It is said that there isn't a native equivalent for this word in any other language. Yet, beginning in the 1960s, it has engaged in a decades-long exercise in examining, analyzing and ultimately learning to live with an evil chapter in Germany's history. This is done through monuments, teachings, art, architecture, protocols, and public policy. In fact, as Michelle L. Norris explained in June 2021, the country looks at its Nazi past consistently, almost obsessively, memorializing the victims of that murderous era, so much so that it is now a central feature of the nation's cultural landscape too. It refers to the national process of self-analysis and self-examination that consists of a public debate within Germany on a problematic period of its recent history during the time of National Socialism that led to traumatic events, which raised for the Germans sensitive questions of collective culpability. The term originally connoted the German people's remorse for their complicity in the war crimes of the Wehrmacht and the Holocaust. As such, the word Vergangenheitsbewältigung refers also to a psychic process of denazification and is a way by which Germany sets out to come to terms with the excesses and human rights abuses of its past. Would it be too much to expect the same with respect to what happened during 100 years of the British Raj? Before this question is answered, it is worth remembering that there is significant historic evidence of feelings of penance, atonement, and reparation being expressed by individual persons long before decolonization was ever on the horizon. The premise, therefore, that we cannot judge the standards of the past from the vantage point of the present is a false one. This is because there already exists a reference point of people in the past, speaking in precisely the same historical epoch, who disagreed with the civilizing mission of the colonizer, to which we can turn for revealing insights. These show how evil was still described as evil by many in those days. It was not just Churchill who described the Jallianwala Bagh as monstrous and chose to publicly disagree with General Dyer on that one occasion. There were others. And they were consistent in their opposition to this so-called civilizing mission. These feelings were expressed amongst the colonizers themselves during the British Raj. If that is so, is it so altogether unrealistic to speak of atonement and restitution now? One need only look at Charles Freer Andrews, a Christian educator and social reformer, who perhaps put it best when, in writing about the Jallianwala Bagh massacre in 1919, he lamented, "Every day that I have been working side by side with my Indian fellow workers, the deep sense of the wrong done has come home to me, and each act has been in very truth an act of penance, of atonement, an act of reparation for my country." 3. In fact, in a much forgotten masterpiece, Edward Thompson, as early as 1925 in his aptly named The Other Side of the Medal, wrote in the preface that his book will change the attitude of every Englishman who reads it to the end, pointing out that if that belief is justified, then I have no choice but to trust to the magnanimity of my own people.
in what he described as a work which has long been suppressed. Point 4 This is because for him the East India Company was the successor of the Mughal Empire, and it wrought after its ways. Instead of impaling and flaying alive, it put to death in other fashion. Under both rules, districts where rebellion had taken place were depopulated and pillaged. Point 5 Significantly, he did not regard British colonial brutality as being exceptional at all. Referring for example to what is popularly known as the Indian Mutiny of 1857, he remarked, "It is our glorification of the mutiny that is exceptional, not its brutality." 6. With respect to the Amritsar massacre of 1919, he wrote, "It is impossible to overestimate the harm by the hysterical way in which the European community rushed to the defense of the Punjab repressions, and especially Jallianwala 7. For this reason, Edward Thompson ends his highly controversial work with the observation, there is no commoner word on Indian lips today than atonement. England, they say, has never made atonement, and she must do it before we can be friends. The word in their minds is the Sanskrit word prayaschit, usually translated atonement, but its meaning is rather a gesture. In fact, he even suggests at the time, it is not larger measures of self-government for which they are longing, it is the magnanimous gesture of a great nation, so great that it can afford to admit mistake and wrongdoing, and is too proud to distort facts. 8 With the passage of nearly 100 years, since when Thompson penned these words, it is even more important today that the facts are not distorted, even as the passage of time makes the risks manifestly greater, for as Thompson himself noted, truth has an eternal title to our confession, though we are sure to be the sufferers by it. 9. In fact, slowly but surely we are moving into the direction not only of a more fulsome apology in place of a simple expression of words but also of demonstrable acts of atonement. Perhaps the way to do it has been shown most recently by the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby. He did not apologize. But he achieved something more than what a bare apology would have done. On September 10, 2019, he physically prostrated himself before the Jallianwala Bagh Memorial in Amritsar, lying level on the ground before it, as a mark of respect for the victims of the 1919 massacre, declaring that he was ashamed and sorry that such an incident took place. His words are a testament to the power of words in the quest for atonement and reconciliation. "I have no status to apologize on behalf of the UK, its government, or its history," he said, "but I am personally very sorry for this terrible atrocity." He added, "Coming here arouses a sense of profound shame at what happened in this place. It is one of a number of deep stains on British history. The pain and grief that has transcended the generations since must never be dismissed or denied." His Facebook post after the visit went further, "When there is something on the scale and horror of this massacre, and done so many years ago, words can be cheaply bandied around, as if a simple apology would ever be enough." 10 His words on the day provide a practical example of how atonement is to be undertaken, for he lamented the misuse of power when he described how he souls of those who were killed or wounded, of the bereaved, cry out to us from these stones and warn us about power and the misuse of power. He went on to say, "I cannot speak for the British government. But I can speak in the name of Christ and say this is a place of both sin and redemption, because you have remembered what they have done and their names will live, their memory will live before God. And I am so ashamed and sorry for the impact of this crime committed here." His words showed more than a determined stride towards real reconciliation when he said, "Learning of what happened, I recognize the sins of my British colonial history, the ideology that too often subjugated and dehumanized other races and cultures. We have a great responsibility to not just lament this horrific massacre but most importantly to learn from it in a way that changes our actions." 11 Indeed, during Britain's 2019 parliamentary election, the Labour Party promised to tender a formal apology on behalf of the British government for the 1919 Jallianwala Bagh massacre, and hold a public review into the UK's role in the 1984 Operation Blue Star if it is voted to power in the December 12 elections, when its leader, Jeremy Corbyn, distanced himself from the simple expression of deep regret which had been given by PM Theresa May when she was in office earlier in 2019. 12.
54. The rule of law. While these are all no doubt positive developments in individual acts of atonement, what will ultimately help secure societies across the world that are free from the whims of those who would wish to suppress the inalienable rights and freedoms of mankind will be to ensure that the wrongs of the past are not repeated. 2 examples suffice. First, it is important that those being tried for acts of terrorism are not denied the full protection of regular law as Bhagat Singh was. The rule of law is not an imaginary land out of the reach of those accused of the most serious crimes, and cases of terrorism are still subject to the due process of law. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the accused Al-Qaeda mastermind of the September 11, 2001 attacks detained in Guantanamo, is facing the death penalty. In a lawsuit filed by victims seeking damages from Saudi Arabia, he has indicated a willingness to cooperate with the authorities, provided that the United States does not seek capital punishment against him. In 2003, he was subjected to waterboarding by the CIA no less than 183 times. This was personally authorized by former U.S. President George W. Bush. 1. In the summer of 2019, a military judge set a trial date for Khalid Sheikh Mohammed with 4 other men, which would be held at Guantanamo. It is now 20 years after these unspeakable atrocities were committed in September 2001, and there have already been more than 30 pre-trial hearings and endless procedural arguments, with proceedings moving at the pace of a tortoise. During this time, witnesses have died, lawyers have grown old, and victims' families have seen their patience unreasonably tested. Yet, although Barack Obama tried to close the prison on Guantanamo Bay, his successor Donald Trump pledged to load it up with some bad dudes, hardly a shining commitment to ensuring that justice is done and is seen to be done. 2. Compare that to Lord Steyn, who served as a senior judge in the UK throughout the 1990s. An implacable critic of the claim to immunity from prosecution of the former Chilean head of state Augusto Pinochet in 1998, he reserved his most fierce ire for the detention of prisoners at Camp X-Ray at Guantanamo Bay. He was forced by the UK government to stand down and not be available for the hearings in the House of Lords on the indefinite detention of terrorist suspects in 2004. When he died, the Times of London described Lord Steyn in its obituary as any of the most liberal judges ever to enter the House of Lords, who had branded the US regime at Guantanamo Bay a monstrous failure of justice and declared that the system of trial by military tribunal was no more than a kangaroo court that makes a mockery of justice. Such was the impact of this statement, in giving the 27th F.A. Mann lecture on November 25, 2003 at Lincoln's Inn, that in 2004 the senior law lord, Lord Bingham of Cornhill, was asked not to include Steyn on the 9-judge panel to decide on the legality of detaining foreign terror suspects without trial, and Steyn agreed to stand down, but later told the Times that the government had raised a truly flimsy objection. He was, as a law lord, one of the most outspoken, so much so that the new Labour government broke with precedent to block his appointment to a House of Lords Judicial Committee. Lord Steyn was described by Anthony Lester QC as a champion of human rights law who had transformed our country into a rights-based democracy such that he's going to be extraordinarily difficult to replace. 3 There is, after all, a different way of doing trials that have a bearing on national security and public order. Second, it is important that those in the subcontinent who suffered from coercive colonialism in all its multifarious forms take a stand against its continuance and repetition. The quest for transitional justice, in the sense of the redress of the legacies of human rights abuses through avenues of reparation programs and truth commissions, does not begin and end with an apology from a former imperial power alone, particularly if one bears in mind the role of Mahatma Gandhi. What is most important in the long run is not what others do, but what the people of the Indian subcontinent themselves do. Before there can be calls for atonement elsewhere, there must first be atonement amongst the people of the subcontinent to include those who collaborated in the injustices wreaked upon the Indian people by the Raj. Bhagat Singh must first be rehabilitated in the minds and hearts of the people where it most matters. The reason for this is quite simply that before one can call upon others to honor their heroes, they must first be honored at home. We must avoid ethno-nationalist accounts of our histories quite simply because they are not true. Cheap gimmickry is not a substitute for real societal change. No wonder Justice Markandeya Kajwa has said that current Indian policies and issues surrounding events like Yoga Day, movements like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and controversial debates regarding Ram Mandir and cow protection are not the ideal representations of the India that Bhagat Singh stood for. 4 In the land of the sacred cow, India's pluralist identities stand in question today. Its liberal democracy, its secularism, its rush to globalization and even its economic growth have been abandoned in the ruthless pursuit of an ideology of homogenized nationalism that has led to obsessive self-harm. Professor David Edgerton has referred to the racialized nature of the imperial project in Britain with which it has yet to come to terms. If this is so, then India has had a casteist political and religiously discriminatory project which is still not altogether recognized. As Edgerton says that in Britain all our national history needs rethinking, 5 so in India too this is no less true. The countries of the Indian subcontinent were born out of a frenzied bout of ethnic bloodletting. Instead of coming together as one in a violent revolutionary struggle against imperial rule, they used violence against each other at precisely the moment of their liberation from foreign rule. The violence of partition has still not been put to bed. Theirs was not an immaculate conception but a benighted one. It paved the way for the birth of two countries where previously there was one. The distinguishing hallmark was religion. Religion it was that was the reason for the savage and merciless killing of one neighbor by the other. The violence of partition was not addressed by either side. In that sense, the violence of partition is not over. It continues today and it has come to haunt the Indian subcontinent. Ethnic divisions are still being stoked. Some see it as unfinished business where the mixity, hybridity, and cosmopolitanism of its millennia-old society continue to be cleansed of their individual communities, which together had always enriched it like a richly embroidered mosaic. Bhagat Singh is relevant because he opposed sectarianism. Had partition not happened, his legacy would have had a better chance of survival than it has otherwise done. India would have been different. That is why Bhagat Singh remains as relevant today as he was during the days of imperial rule. For these reasons, it is in many ways rather pointless for India or Pakistan to be seeking atonement from Britain if the memorialization of their respective celebrated freedom has taken the form of a claim to freedom, which is as much a freedom from each other as it is a freedom from the coercive colonial rule of a foreign power. Today's governing party in India is formed from the political arm of the RSS. This is the organization to which Gandhi's assassin, Nathuram Godse, belonged. The banality of communal violence based on religious hatred is evident once again, as it was 3/4 of a century ago, when the Raj left ignominiously, having committed its own heresies. Mob killings, such as that of the dairy farmer Pelu Khan, who was dragged and humiliated on a busy road in broad daylight even while he is seen on mobile video footage pleading for his life, are all too commonplace and frequent in their occurrences now. Instead of dealing with socio-economic disparities which grow incessantly by the day, India, in 2022 stands obsessed, in the words of Pratap Bhanu Mehta, with the hijab debate which is nothing but a pretext for institutionalizing state cruelty. 6 Elsewhere, the celebrated public intellectual, Noam Chomsky, has lamented at how the pathology of Islamophobia is taking its most lethal form in India today, where Indian secular democracy was being dismantled in order to turn the country into a Hindu ethnocracy. 7 Others have decried the rise in India today of a state devoted to the humiliation of Muslims. 8 The ethnic cleansing at the time of independence, which has never been treated as the central narrative of partition by mainstream historians, has now ricocheted with a vengeance and returned to haunt the subcontinent, which appears to have learnt nothing from the forced migration of 15 million on account of their religion. Citizenship and the right to be in a homeland, the very essence of belongingness, are being bestowed on one group of migrants but denied to others of a different faith. It was not for this that Bhagat Singh mounted the scaffold, so willingly, with such conviction, and in such great hope for the future. What India most urgently needs in the circumstances of today is not so much an apology from Britain but a Vergangenheitsbewältigung of its own, where it can strive to overcome its own negatives and work through not only its own past but also its own present, its here and now. It needs, in the words of Edward Thompson, its own prayaschit, its atonement for its own deeds. 55. Indic hybridity. What needs reclaiming in the name of Bhagat Singh is the hybrid Indo-Islamic world that is fast disappearing. This is a world where Sanskrit-based languages charmingly and teasingly intermingle with Turkish, Persian, and Arabic dialects, and this world needs to be rescued for the good of India's cosmopolitan society. A world where it was not unknown for a Rajput princess to marry a Mughal ruler, replaced now with a moral universe where even the pictorial depiction of such historic events is deemed to be nothing short of sacrilege and infamy. 1. Let us not forget how, after an ill-thought-out fast-track citizenship law was passed for non-Muslim migrants from 3 neighboring countries, which excluded the right of Muslim migrants to register as citizens of India, protests broke out across a Hindu nationalist agenda to marginalize the 200 million Indians who follow Islam led to the death of 6 people in the northeast and reports of up to 100 injured in Delhi in December 2019. 2. The last thing that Bhagat Singh's India could have been associated with was sectarianism. It was not for this that he sacrificed his young life. MacLean explains this well when she asserts, the HSRA and Naujawan Bharat Sabha worked on a very different trajectory, eschewing communalism with a strident secularist critique which forbade its members from membership of religious or communal organizations. 3. Jinnah defended Bhagat Singh in Parliament for this reason. Yet, as MacLean points out, it was a revelation to many when A.G. Noorani wrote at length in his book of M.A. Jinnah's defense of Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, and Sukhdev in the Legislative Assembly in 1929, objecting to the bill introduced to allow the business of the Lahore conspiracy case to be tried in absentia by a special tribunal. 4. What united all these people at the time was a belief in India's diversity. This was its crowning glory. So distinctive is this trait that as recently as June 2021, tribute has been paid by the British Indian sculptor, Sir Anish Kapoor, to India's capacity for diversity, India's inescapable multi-layered complexity, India's refusal of singularity. 5. Yet today, as Amy Kashman points out, India is set upon a path to follow the example of Myanmar, which is battling genocide claims at the International Court of Justice over the crackdown on the country's Muslim minority, because at the end of 2019 India approved new citizenship rules that redefine a pluralistic secular democracy with a sizable Muslim minority, as a natural homeland for Hindus and adherents of other Indic faiths, from which Islam is pointedly excluded. 6. This is the first time that India has incorporated a religious criterion into its naturalization and refugee policies. It has done so by allowing any Hindu, Sikh, Jain, Buddhist, Parsi or Christian who entered India prior to December 2014 a fast-track route to citizenship, from countries such as Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh where, as minorities in a Muslim country, they face discrimination. Muslim immigrants, including Muslim minorities such as Ahmadiyyas and Shias, are excluded. While Prime Minister Modi regarded this as the unfinished business of the traumatic 1947 partition of the Indian subcontinent, critics see this as the renunciation of the pledge by India's founding fathers as a home for all faiths and signaling to India's 200 million Muslims that they do not fully belong. 7. In India, this risks creating 2 tiers of citizenship, with one created for a privileged community and the other for a marginalized one. If the idea is not very clever, it is not very original either. It is borrowed directly from Myanmar, which in 1982 adopted a citizenship law that recognized 8 different ethnic groups as national races entitled to citizenship but excluded the Rohingya Muslims, who were vilified by the Burmese as illegal immigrants from Bangladesh. To acquire citizenship, they had to show conclusive evidence that prior to independence in 1948 their ancestors had already lived in Burma. This proved impossible for many poor immigrants to prove in much the same way that it will be impossible for many Muslim immigrants to India to prove under its Citizenship Act 2019.8. What unfolded in Myanmar is all too well known, and it augurs badly for what risks unfolding in India. There were decades of discrimination against the Rohingya in education, housing, and employment, before it culminated in 2017 in the mass expulsion of 7,000,000 of them to Bangladesh. India too now wants to embark on a futile and costly exercise of determining which of its 1.3 billion residents are eligible for citizenship, fearing that it is being swamped by illegal Muslim migration from Bangladesh. As in Myanmar, Indian Muslims will have to prove that they were resident in India upon independence in 1947 or risk detention and deportation as illegal immigrants, whereas other religious groups will not. The entire scheme is an exercise of monumental folly. Not only will it be impracticable to remove millions of Muslims from their communities of sustainable livelihood at a time when the Indian economy is in the doldrums and place them in detention camps where they will be fed and maintained at public expense, but it will be well nigh impossible to deport those who have no documentation to a country of which they are not citizens. Yet, India's first and largest detention centre at Golpara in Assam, the size of 7 football grounds, has already been built to hold up to 3,000 illegal immigrants, and 10 further centres are planned across this northeastern state of India. 9 Small wonder then that Professor Chaman Lal has felt inclined to point out that, in present situation when a saffron build-up was trying to choke up the very constitution of India and the concept of a nation that Bhagat Singh and his comrades fought and died for, especially given that men like Bhagat Singh were undoubtedly patriotic and secular, but the current fascist build-up in the country was trying to promote him by subverting his hallmark, rationalism and scientific temper. 10 In fact, the actions of the Myanmar government suitably saw it in the dock when on November 11, 2019, the International Court of Justice at The Hague heard an application by the Gambia against it, alleging violation of the obligations under the Genocide Convention in which it succeeded. 11 It is not inconceivable that the same may happen to the Indian government were it to persist in this program of disenfranchising vast swathes of its population and turning them into an unpeople. This is why Professor Chaman Lal has remarked that there is good reason to hold on to Singh's principles, owing to the current political atmosphere in the country. 12. The student protests which have followed have been met with unprecedented state brutality through the invocation of Section 144 of the Indian Code of Criminal Procedure. This, like the power used to deal with Bhagat Singh and his comrades, is an emergency power designed to prevent public disorder and to protect human life. The existence of the power itself is a throwback to colonial times, as it prevents any more than 3 persons from congregating in a public place. Thereafter, wide-ranging powers are bestowed upon the district magistrate to use his/her discretion to order any person to abstain from a certain act or to take certain order with respect to certain property in his possession or under his management. The slapdash use of Section 144 across the country to deal with peaceful student protests, without the slightest regard being given to the fact that they posed no threat to public disorder whatsoever, led to a needlessly merciless repressive action by the police authorities. Such repression by the police was not witnessed on the Aligarh Muslim University campus even during the time of the British. 13 said the eminent 88-year-old Indian historian, Ifran Habib. He recalled how when he was a professor at Aligarh Muslim University, which saw the worst of the government repression against students, protesting against the Citizenship Act, that even the time when students had closed down the university for 3 days after Pakistan's Prime Minister Liaquat Ali Khan was assassinated in 1951, and even when India had nothing to do with it, still there had been no action against the students. He could not forget the gracious attitude of the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru towards students, when in the 1950s some right-wing MPs in Parliament had asked Nehru to conduct a survey to find out how many AMU engineering students migrated to Pakistan after completing their course. The curt reply that Nehru gave to them was, "Wherever they go, they serve humanity," which left them all reeling in speechless stupor. 14. when the Bar Council of India passed a resolution on December 22, 2019 urging the lawyers, bar associations, state bar councils and students' associations of all law colleges to ensure that law and order is maintained throughout the country. Nearly 1,000 lawyers from across the country immediately distanced themselves from its statement on the Citizenship Act, 2019 and the National Register of Citizens. This is because it had chosen to thoughtlessly add the words of its chairman Manan Kumar Mishra. The leaders of the bar and young students are requested to take active role in diffusing the disturbances and violence in the country. We are to convince the people and the illiterate ignorant mass, who are being misled by some so-called leaders. The matter with regard to Citizenship Amendment Act is under consideration of our Supreme Court, therefore everyone should await the decision of Apex Court. This led N. Manoj Kumar, the vice chairman of the executive committee of the BCI, to dissent vehemently in these terms. The protests against CAA and NRC are the attempt of the Indian citizens to save their constitution from being trampled upon by an authoritarian regime on the strength of their brute majority in the legislature. Being the real torchbearers of the constitution, it is the duty of every self-esteemed lawyer to lead the struggle to defend the constitution. The dissent was then signed by close to 1,000 lawyers who wished to make it emphatically clear that the BCI has not spoken for the bar. Indeed, it went on to remark that it is amiss that the BCI, a body which is supposed to stand up for the bar, did not deem it fit to express solidarity with advocates such as Mr. Maud Shoaib, who has been detained in Lucknow, or the hundreds of advocates fighting across the country to uphold the rights of citizens as recognized by the Constitution. 15. Yet, when protests broke out in the southern city of Bangalore, one of the banners being proudly waved in the throng featured none other than Bhagat Singh. By April 2022, however, the worsening situation saw homes of the poor and marginalized Muslims being razed by the authorities in Delhi's Jahangirpuri, which had witnessed communal violence on April 16 during a Hanuman Jayanti procession. The only mainstream politician to oppose this was the CPI leader Brinda Karat, who dramatically stood in front of a bulldozer as she denounced the government's communal political game plan and moved the Indian Supreme Court to order a stay on grounds that she described as selective and discriminatory action. 16. In this way, unlike others, she as a politician has proved herself a worthy successor to the legacy of Bhagat Singh. For the most part, however, hope for the future must come in the shape of the youth in both countries. It was so in the febrile atmosphere of the 1920s, and it is so now. The future lies with them. Their student movements protesting against the government have shaken both New Delhi and Lahore. Following a 4-week-long agitation by students of New Delhi's Jawaharlal Nehru University against an increase in hostel fees which would put a squeeze on the ability of poorer students to join India's elite research university, hundreds of people decided to take part in a citizens' march in support of them at the end of 2019. Students from neighboring states concerned about rising education costs also joined in, as did members of political parties. Standing beside Parliament Street Police Station, where Bhagat Singh and Batukesh Warded were kept under arrest after they had exploded bombs at the Central Legislative Assembly in 1929, Sitaram Yechuri, a former president of the JNU Students' Union, quoted Bhagat Singh's reply when questioned about the actions of the students. If the deaf are to hear, he repeated the memorable words of Bhagat Singh, the sound has to be very loud. 17. In Pakistan too there have been long-standing student concerns. These have included a ban on their unions, absence of protocols to deal with sexual harassment, rise in annual fees, as well as a general lack of satisfaction with the quality of education offered. All these led to the formation in 2016 of the Progressive Students Collective in Lahore. When in June 2019, a 37% budget cut to the country's higher education development program was announced by the government, the Students' Solidarity March took to the streets on November 29, 2019 in at least 50 locations, with the principal activity being in Lahore. Their grievances went back to the reign of the military dictator Zia-ul-Haq. It was he who banned student unions across the country in 1984, as he had become alarmed at their increasingly emboldened resistance. For 30 years, This ban had proscribed political activity on university and college campuses. It had imposed a culture of silence. The students were calling into question 30 years of silence, and their cause was being channeled through progressive student organizations which emulated the 2016 Lahore Students' Collective in its resolve to do the same. So now, dressed in black with red motifs and holding placards, the students fearlessly shouted slogans against the authorities, right across cities in Pakistan. They rose up unflinchingly to demand the restoration of a series of basic rights, from the right to form student unions to an end to sexual harassment. Among the student banners being euphorically paraded by the young in Lahore was one that carried the image of Bhagat Singh. 18. In India, a protest erupted against 3 ordinances on agricultural marketing passed by the Modi government on June 5, 2020. The new laws, passed hurriedly and without parliamentary consultation under cover of the dreadful COVID-19 pandemic, were aimed at modernizing Indian agriculture. The intention was to open it up to market forces. As the largest labor movement in human history began to gain momentum along Delhi's border in late 2020, Bhagat Singh's dead hand once again reached out to place itself reassuringly on the shoulders of the poor and the destitute. Before long, the numbers of the protesters had swelled to 1,25,000 farmers. Along the Tikri border in Delhi and Haryana's Bahadur, the sea of humanity soon stretched to several kilometers. 1 in 30 of India's population now became embroiled in the agitation. With the farmers pouring in from all directions, a newfound cultural unity of Punjab and Haryana suddenly found expression in songs, dances, and musical performances. The name of Bhagat Singh once again rang out in shrill, expectant tones. Performances were held of the Haryanvi Raganis 19 to buoy up miraculously the morale of the drained and the deprived as one of the most bitterly freezing winters on record descended upon the protesters. By the opening months of 2021, there sprang up a Bhagat Singh library at Dhaka Singhu on Delhi's border with Haryana. With no less than an astonishing 3,500 books in Punjabi and Hindi, the ones which were most in demand were the writings and biographies of freedom fighters. Amongst the most cherished were those of Udham Singh, Kartar Singh Saraba and Bhagat Singh. 20. The dead clearly live among us. The past inhabits the present. We just need to look harder to see it. For now, we would do well to remember India's Ali Sardar Jafari, Abbi Zindani Golamai Se Nikal Sakht Hain, Apni Takdir Ko Hame Ap Badal Sakht Hain. Will India do so? Appendix. Bhagat Singh was arrested on April 8, 1929. His trial before a regular magistrate, Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan Kapur, began on July 10, 1929 and ran for 10 months. But by October 3, 1929, and 3 months into the trial, his lawyer, Amolak Ram Kapur, was already complaining of the unfairness of the pardoned approvers being kept in police custody, where they could be tutored by the police, rather than judicial custody, such that this will defeat the ends of justice, that the accused on the other hand are not allowed access to their relatives, friends, and legal advisors even when the High Court rules that those facilities should be afforded, because some obstacles were still put in their way, and that with 4 months now gone the approvers should be kept in judicial lockup pending the inquiry and the trial. Once it became clear that Bhagat Singh would be tried not only for the Delhi Assembly bomb blast of April 8, 1929 but also for the earlier assassination of Special Constable J.P. Saunders on December 17, 1928, ever the skilled tactician, he petitioned the court on November 4, 1929. The FIR did not mention his name and the identification parade failed to identify him. At the same time, Bhagat Singh remained unpresented. So, he asked that he may be able to effectively cross-examine the witnesses, it is necessary that the petitioner may be given an opportunity to visit the spot and see the roads and other surroundings in connection with the alleged incident. Well into the 10-month trial in the magistrate's court, gross trial irregularities were being committed which undermine the rule of law. A fundamental rule of criminal procedure is that the prosecution must disclose its evidence to the accused, including that which is unfavorable to the prosecution, so as to ensure that an innocent man is not wrongly convicted. Yet here, on March 17, 1930, one finds the prosecuting inspector having the audacity of writing directly to the magistrate to say of the arch-approver, Phonindranath Ghosh, that he may kindly exclude such evidence that you may find inexpedient in the public interests to be furnished to the accused. The public interest, however, is in disclosure, and nothing damages that public interest than the realization that the magistrate is working with the prosecution behind the back of the accused and his lawyers. 9 months into the trial before the special tribunal, and just as it was to end and be transferred to a specially constituted tribunal on May 5, 1930, a legion of demands from the accused had built up. Nothing demonstrates this better than these 10 grievances. By now, it had dawned on the prisoners, in what will be a case which will yet take a very long time with charges of a very serious nature, that it was important to recognize that the petitioners are being deprived of the fundamental right of being defended by a counsel, as they are not permitted to see their attorneys and friends. Yet, this was remarkably a matter which the learned court had delegated to the jail authorities. It did not end there, because although the police and other officials are permitted to come freely into the courtroom, the petitioners' friends are not even permitted to enter the courtroom. Moreover, the dock in which the petitioners are kept is surrounded by police and jail officials, such that the counsel feel handicapped in communicating with and giving full instructions to them. There is the unprecedented practice of keeping an assistant jailer always around the dock. As if this were not enough, there were illegal punishment inflicted on them by the jail authorities, and although there have been definite complaints filed by some of the petitioners in respect of the ill treatment and assault by the police, these have not been attended to by the authorities. It is a little known fact that throughout his trial, both before the magistrate and later before the special tribunal, Bhagat Singh's relatives were determined to visit him in jail despite the heavy restrictions imposed on them by the jail authorities. Here, an attendance record shows how Bhagat Singh's grandfather, Arjun Singh, visited him in jail on December 9, 1929, and how later his younger aunt, Harnam Kaur, visited him on April 23, 1923. On the first day of the new trial before the special tribunal at Punch House, on May 5, 1930, Bijoy Kumar Sinha, Shiv Varma and J. Dev Kapoor, and the others, complained to the tribunal that they have been brought to trial without sufficient notice and that petitioners have at present no counsel to defend them, so that it has not been possible for these reasons to draw up their line of defense. This is why they were now requesting that the hearing be adjourned for a fortnight so that they can make necessary arrangements for defense. Despite this request being an eminently reasonable one, the special tribunal did not grant an adjournment. The gross violation of the fundamental tenets of the rule of law therefore continued unabated. On the first day of the new trial before the special tribunal, on May 5, 1930, Bhagat Singh asked for an interview allowed to me with my father during the lunch interval, but with Justice Coldstream ruling immediately that arrangements for interview during court hours cannot be made. On the second day of the new trial before the special tribunal at Punch House, on May 6, 1930, the superintendent of Lahore Central Jail, Major Chopda, wrote to the registrar of the special tribunal, giving him a categoric assurance that the two accused, Bhagat Singh and B.K. Sinha, being under trials in the Lahore conspiracy case, are allowed interviews at the jail with their relatives once a week, and with legal counsel whenever their accredited counsels have applied for interview. The practice, however, would be different, as subsequent events were to show. Within a week of the trial starting before the special tribunal, Bhagat Singh had on May 8, 1930 complained of being down with fever and of feeling extremely weak as he had been put on very strong medicines the night before. He requested that a reclining seat be arranged for him just behind defense counsel or, if that cannot be arranged, he be sent to jail and that the trial be proceeded with in his absence, to which the petitioner has got no objection whatsoever. However, even if such an application was submitted by the accused, it behoved the court to provide him with proper seating arrangements rather than be content with dispatching him back to jail. In a case where the liberty of the subject is at stake, holding a trial in his absence is against the canons of justice.
Even with the new trial before the special tribunal having commenced on May 5, 1930, the ever-astute Bhagat Singh remained troubled by how irregular proceedings before a magistrate, running for nearly 10 months and with over 200 witnesses already having been called, could just be abandoned on the spur of the moment. This is why on June 19, 1930, over a month after the Punch House Tribunal had begun to hear the case again, he asked for the copy of the order of the special magistrate which was dated May 3, 1930, according to which the inquiry proceedings in that court were stayed. It seems remarkable that if proceedings were adjourned before the special magistrate, an order to that effect was not served on Bhagat Singh, especially when he was unrepresented. Some 3 months into the trial before the special tribunal, and with matters going from bad to worse, on August 11, 1930, Bhagat Singh petitioned the High Court in Lahore. He explained that he and the co-accused were now refusing to attend court in protest given the treatment meted out to the accused. In fact, the petitioner went on hunger strike on July 28, 1930 in protest against certain regulations of the jail department. But the trial is entering a new stage, i.e. the prosecution evidence is about to be closed and the petitioner is to be called upon to make his statement and to offer any defense. However, the jail authorities have altogether stopped all the interviews with his relatives and legal advisors. But this purely executive affair is hampering the cause of justice and these orders of the executive are highly illegal. The fact is that the petitioner wants the help of his relatives and legal advisors in deciding the most delicate question of his defense. After that, Bhagat Singh's flair for the legal niceties of trial advocacy becomes thunderously clear. He argues that there is a special provision in the Lahore conspiracy case ordinance to the effect that if any accused voluntarily disables himself by hunger striking, or otherwise, or resists his production before the court, he shall still have the right to be represented by counsel in his absence. Thus, unless the jail authorities grant him access to his relatives and legal advisors, the accused feels quite handicapped. Therefore, in the interests of justice and fair play, the court be pleased to intervene in this affair and to issue such instructions to the authorities concerned, as would be necessary to give full and proper facilities for arranging defense adequately in a case where the petitioner is being tried for such serious offences as may bring the extreme penalty of law. Bhagat Singh pleaded that the High Court therefore issue urgent orders for allowing interviews etc. It was to be all in vain. The next day the jail authorities stopped all interviews and declared that the High Court had no jurisdiction to get involved in the matter. Following Bhagat Singh's petition of August 11, 1930 to the Lahore High Court that it intervene to pass an order guaranteeing the restoration of interviews for the proper preparation of his trial now that he had to put up a defense before the special tribunal, there was an immediate response from the jail authorities after the close of the prosecution case on August 12, 1930. This was that Ordinance No. 3 of 1930 is to provide specially for the trial of the accused. In this case, under Section 11 of that ordinance, the High Court has no jurisdiction in respect of any proceeding under it. Moreover the forbidding of interviews by jail authorities does not seem to have much to do with the trial of the accused. This is quite simply wrong, because the preparation of one's defense in one's own trial is part of the proceedings before the court, and it cannot be otherwise. In fact, the folly of this adopted position is made clear when the writer of the same document goes on to say that I should say that on the whole that it is not a proceeding under the ordinance unless of course the jail authorities were directed to make interviews available. This is sophisticated casuistry that bears no relation to the facts on the ground and serves only to undermine the requirements of due process and natural justice which are so integral to the rule of law. Such was the underhanded and duplicitous way that the jail authorities conducted themselves that even when they acceded to Bhagat Singh's request of August 11, they only did so to the extent that interviews with legal advisors alone may be allowed. So on August 15, 1930, Bhagat Singh wrote to say that he was at loss to understand the reason of such an order. Why should I not be allowed to see my relatives since the said interviews are essential for defense purposes? He accordingly rather suspected that the order is meant simply to make a show that the accused are given proper facilities regarding their defense, but in reality nothing of the sort is done,
on the contrary the defense is hampered at every step. Which means that all my petitions and representations are useless. He was not very wrong, for such are the myriad ways in which the facade of the rule of law exposes itself to be a sham. Here was Bhagat Singh, as he explained, with his current lawyer, Dunny Chand, who also was now in jail. So Bhagat Singh argued that I want to engage a new one, which I cannot without the help and advice of my father. His patience wears thin as he admonishes the authorities with the words that with no stretch of imagination can I understand as to why should the court of law join hands with the executive in such matters as immediately concerned with the administration of justice and be a party to the unnecessary harassment of the accused. He ends with erudite eloquence and matchless acerbic as he earnestly requests the court to reconsider their orders and then to issue instructions to the jail authorities to allow all my interviews as long as the trial is going on because the jail authorities will have time enough to treat us as they like after conviction. On August 22, 1930, Mr. Justice Hilton once again allowed Bhagat Singh's applications of August 11 and August 15 for interviews between himself and friends or relatives in the jail. So a pattern was clearly emerging whereby the judges would make the requested orders and formally publicize them as such to create the specter of the rule of law, but one which was promptly hollowed out by the authorities on the ground refusing to abide by such orders. With no judicial sanctions being employed by the courts against the jail authorities, this is a classic way in which the rule of law was habitually undermined. Eventually, even the pretense of a trial in accordance with the dictates of the rule of law was no longer being maintained, and it stood as an apparition fully exposed, when on August 25, 1930 Mr. Justice Hilton even dispensed with Bhagat Singh's presence in court. Nor of course was his lawyer present in court. Despite being already subject to a dispensation order by Justice Hilton on August 25, 1920, the following day Bhagat Singh is seen to be still complaining about the fact that since the accused, petitioner, has not been given any opportunity to interview his relatives and particularly his father, who is the only person interested in his defense, he is not in a position to engage any counsel or legal advisor, and without whose help he cannot decide anything regarding such a delicate matter as the defense. It is clear that he is not voluntarily choosing to absent himself from the proceedings but is being forced out because he implores the judicial authorities that the court be pleased to see if it is proper in the circumstances to deprive a man of all facilities of defense, and to do whatever is thought proper to meet the ends of justice. The ends of justice? Normally, it is the court which is studiously conscious of preserving the ends of justice. Here, remarkably, it is a defendant appearing before it. On August 28, 1930, the lawyer Feroz Chand, on behalf of Bhagat Singh's defense committee, which had arranged for the defense of the accused in the special magistrates' court and has all along looked to their needs in various other ways, now pleaded with the special tribunal for some special facilities for deciding upon the defense arrangements. It was a critical moment in the trial, because the accused had now been called upon to enter their defense. So, given that this was a crucial stage in the case, what was being demanded was that as the accused are not at present coming to court, the only course for us to put our point of view before them is to interview them in the jails. A trial that had started over a year ago before the special magistrate had now been reduced to this. An order by Mr. Justice Hilton promptly acceded to this request. It was a different matter whether the court's order would be carried out in full. In this conspiracy case, where the elements of the conspiracy were being made up as the trial progressed, there was much dissatisfaction on the part of the accused as to the state of the evidence against them. This is why when on August 27, 1930 Bijoy Kumar Sinha was ordered to enter a defense, he requested first an interview with Comrade Bhagat Singh on August 28, 1930. As he explained, I cannot decide about the said point without consultation with Comrade Bhagat Singh because it is a conspiracy case and so far the evidence produced against me is mostly conspiracy. Bijoy Kumar Sinha escaped death and was sentenced to transportation for life. On August 30, 1930, the distinguished lawyer Amolak Ram Kapur openly penned the words to the special tribunal that for some time the jail authorities under orders from the government had stopped interviews with the prisoners, so that it was only a day before that the finance minister of Punjab issued instructions to the superintendent of the central jail and the Borstal institution authorizing them to allow the prisoners to interview the two legal advisors. As per these instructions, both Bhagat Singh and B.K. Sinha were to be afforded a joint interview now with their legal advisors. More importantly, Bhagat Singh will have an opportunity of interviewing his father, who has been sent for from Ludhiana. In the meantime, Bhagat Singh and the under-trial prisoners in the Borstal institution want a copy of the printed paper book each, in order to understand the case against the individual accused which he may desire to meet. Less than a month before the sentence of death was pronounced on Bhagat Singh, there was an application on September 22, 1930 by Shiv Varma that he wanted to study the nature of the evidence as recorded against me, so that he required the tribunal to supply me with a copy of the record of proceedings. Like B.K. Sinha, he too escaped death and was sentenced to transportation for life. How was it that Bhagat Singh's execution, scheduled for the morning of March 24, 1931, was brought forward by 11 hours and carried out, contrary to all protocol, at 7 p.m. on the evening of March 23, 1931. This telegram of March 18, 1931, sent by the Home Secretary of Punjab, H.W. Emerson, to the Delhi government, just 5 days before he was hanged, makes clear that it was once again government pressure which determined the manner of his going. That is how Bhagat Singh was hanged.